Hello everyone and welcome into yet another livestream. Hi there, Rashad. This livestream might crash out of nowhere. I'm just saying. Oh wait, it's unlisted. Why is it unlisted? Well, why is the livestream unlisted? Why didn't anyone tell me it's unlisted? Public. Save. There we go. It was supposed to be save. Public. Hi. No wonder you're only Ashad. Hi, Ashad. There. You were on an unlisted livestream. A special secret livestream. Only available on Patreon. How you doing? Sorry for the last stream, by the way. My PC had a bit of an issue, let's just call it. I'm rendering an animation which crashed my PC 3 times so far. Once on stream. It was... I really hope it won't do it again. I'm still rendering it. Oh boy. It might. Hold on, let me play some music. Actually, I'm just realizing now that with every single thing I'm doing at the moment, I am bringing the my PC back to the exact same state as it was last time it crashed, which I'm saying it's fine or whatever. What could possibly be what could be the worst thing that happens, right? Am I right or am I right? This is the animation. It looks amazing. It's really great. I absolutely love it. It explains the OIList identity beautifully, but, you know. 2 pages tomorrow, one which requires me to write 2-page on how to experimentally verify a relation between 2 quantities. What quantities? Am I mechanics today? Oh, how'd it go? Like anything. Oh, anything. I see. Want some help with inspiration? I can focus on. Well, glad to hear. Experimentally verify a relation between any 2 quantities. Saying, that's a cool assignment. That's a really cool assignment. Resistivity proportional to the length of a wire. Design an experiment on it. I mean, that is a really cool assignment. I gotta say. Like an assignment which you get to pick what you're designing experiment. That's really sick. It's not an assignment, it's an exam. I mean, I'm calling it an assignment as in, you know, something you're assigned to do. I don't know the technical terms for what counts as what. Welcome back, Cap. Hi there, Happy. Wait for a stream to end. People can stay on their toes. Exactly. Yeah, you never know. You never know when the stream is gonna end. It's terrifying from my side, because when it crashes, it's not like a blue screen or nothing. It's just every single peripheral device disconnects. And then reconnects, but only in a way that provides power. So my screens go black, my keyboard goes black, my headphones go black, everything goes black. Even the power supply from my microphone, just everything turns off. Then everything turns back on, except for my PC. My experiment 45 minutes. The relation is given, you can't choose. Oh, so like, oh, I see. Oh, so it's not an assignment. I see. Then I misunderstood completely. I'm sorry. But it's still cool. Hey, are you reading comments? Yes, I am, random person. I try usually. Because how's my possessed? It's... I don't know. Always remember to get rid of the demons. I really hope so. I really hope it won't crash this time. If it will, I'll be upset. I'll be a bit upset. Also, every single time it crashes, there's a... It's basically a roll of a dice. I roll a d20, and if it lands on 5 or less, it also deletes the file, or actually corrupts the file. So it doesn't delete it, it corrupts it. And that's why I just kept saving them as copies, just in case. Whenever I do anything, I just save it as a copy. Because some of them were unusable. I don't remember which ones. Oh, this one, for example, on preset is unusable. So yeah. I need to solve a... the apostrophe is important. Hold on. I cannot pronounce that, random person. I do not have the ability to pronounce most of these words. Breaking physics using math reaches 100k. Did it really? That's incredible. It did 102. Wow, that's really good. Second most popular video. Would you believe it? Well, you should, because it's on the screen. You can, yeah, you get it. Okay. What a lovely animation. Each frame taking half a minute, and there are 20 frames left, which means 10 more minutes, and then it's finished. After that, 1k views. Yeah, I mean, it really is a coin flip. It really is a massive coin flip. This actually summarizes my channel pretty well. Hold on, let me screenshot this. Also open Photoshop. Oh yeah, make it. Open up more applications which need the GPU. That's gonna end well. Just like I did last time when my PC crashed. Indian talking twist. I was messing around you. I love to mess around with innocent people. Random pet. I don't. Wait, random pet. I've heard that before. Some comments. Doesn't matter. Okay. I can barely pronounce words in any language. In the language I speak of, I'm having trouble with. You're giving me Indian tongue twisters. Mate. It really is comical how it's just complete 50-50 of whether the video will perform well or not. Actually, we shouldn't count the previous ones because they were more of a... There we go. Can I not simplify a squared plus b squared? Yeah, because that's it. There's a limit how simple something can get. I love you, make it. I love you too, the spoon that isn't live. Doing one of the video about breaking physics with math. Good job. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's a fine video. It's not my favorite, but it was alright. I am getting better with videos, I have noticed. So, very excited for live stream to crash. Ah, it's so mean. Tilly. Ah, Tilly rascal. Always just join in and you're always up to some mischief. Hi there, A guy. Welcome. I just get a chuckle when I see funny numbers that look at me like, yeah. Like 100,066, that sort of thing. It is a perfect 50-50. Like, right here, we have this video. Now this video, which is... Why is it white? I meant red. There we go. This video. And then trying to think of a funny way to showcase the absolute randomness. Hold on, maybe this way. There we go. Actually, I can just right here select quick object selection. May I? Oh, I may. Sweet. Does this? Sweet. Now select inverse. Imagine if it came going into the millions of views though. That would be funny. That would certainly be funny. Good? Well, that's arguable, but it would be funny. There. This is me just flipping a coin before every video to determine if the video will perform well or not. Hold on. Paste this in. Then tails. Ah, stop doing that, Windows! My goodness, you're already messing with me. Are we manipulating pillars again? Exactly. Personal tail, much more efficient for the views. So, G Advanced Math or Physics? No, I have not. Although a lot of people ask me to do it all the time. I am not great with solving stuff. I'm good with explaining concepts in a way which I truly hope is intuitive, but I'm not good with solving them. No, tails will be right here. Heads give you the views, everyone knows that. I did not select the right one. This is the right one. There we go. He can explain it exactly. I'm not good with solving stuff because in order to solve exams like GE, you do need to specialize at least in some way, and I just cannot. You don't want views with head. I don't know, it's pretty lucrative. What we talking? Oh yeah, right. So me flipping a coin. Oh, hold on, I line to the left like a note. There we go. Video. I'm funny. Stick around for more topical funny humor. Everyone, if you wanna do more of these knee slappers, then subscribe to the channel, cause I got so many. I should really extend it down a bit. Make it a bit more square. There we go. So, thumbnail. What education do you complete? None. I'm self-taught with everything I do. I completed my own education. That's simply because there is no way to formally educate yourself as a generalist, unfortunately. I get why, but still. I just did white on white, didn't I? It just hit me. It just hit me that for some reason, Photoshop exports background as white instead of black like every other program in existence. There we go. Yep. Oh, sums. Oh no. Wait, is that sums with imaginary numbers? I'm sorry? Aye, that is sums to the imaginary power. Spoon. Whoa. Just a variable. Okay, for a second I thought it was to the imaginary power and I was dead rendered. Oh no. Oh no. Now that it's rendered, we're gonna need to make an animation which may or may not completely crash my PC again for the 4th time. So yeah. Fingers crossed. Everything crossed. I am crossed. I is summation index. Since oh wait. And I. Yeah, it is. Never mind. I spend a bit too much time in math. Yeah, I'm used to I'm used to every single integer being represented by n. And I completely forgot that I is the summation. It's not really summation index, it's iteration. Oh, index actually. Actually, wait, come on. Iteration and index. I seem using both. Do simple subscript in Greek alphabets. It makes me able to. It just exports LaTeX into Blender. So it's actually really convenient and elegant way to do things, because LaTeX already gives you a vector graphic if I'm not mistaken. This one just plops it in as a 3D object. So this just allows me to do anything that LaTeX can do, except in Blender export as an object. But now we need to save this as a new file because it's about to crash. I don't want it to crash. And then keyframe and move more to the right, because this will be Cartesian coordinates. That's what we'll do here. For a second I had like a crackle and I thought it was and I thought it was my PC crashing already. I've got PTSD at this point. De Moivre's theorem makes tricks so easy. What's De Moivre's theorem? What is that? That sounds awful. Sounds like a torture thing. Oh, is he French? That sounds like a French name. It's unpronounceable. That sounds French. Who are you? French. Oh, I knew it. Damn it, my French radar. My French though. 95% of make it squids right before they crash big. Exactly. The case that... I'm sorry, what? N to the power n is equal to this. Now it's formula. What's the theorem? Theorem. How old are you? Probably over 25. That's a solid guess. Wait, that makes trigonometry easy? Seems wild. Z squared gives you this. Okay, so it's Euler's, except you bring it to the power. So if all this we bring that to the power, that we just multiplying, correct? Which means you by theta, but then you bring out ah. Yeah, because you multiplied them. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. I'm lying to myself. Well, no, it doesn't. Why does it make sense? I don't know. It works so beautifully. Where is that useful? I don't... Am I missing something? I know this, okay? I'm familiar with this. I've just seen it somewhere. I couldn't tell you where exactly. I've just... You know, I've just seen it somewhere. The z is equal to cosine plus I sine. What are we doing today? Hi, Skizzy. Hi, welcome. We're working on an animation that crashed 3 times on me already. We're hoping it won't crash the 4th. I do this on 2nd year of middle school. I have no idea. I'll be honest, I have no idea. But it's not as difficult as it looks. But I know about the Beauvoir theorem. I just know about this. Some stuff. It's not tough, it's luck, honestly. It's more just random chance. Yeah, we do want to move away, but I do kind of want to move like this, away. And then just move to a spot where we have some more space, like this. There we go. $91.98. And hopefully we should be done. We hopefully should be done with this for now. I think it's crossed. Don't go crushing my graphics card now. That would be pretty rude. I'm just saying. Okay. Remco, don't even. Remco, you're just wrong. I am the one who's always correct, okay? That you're just... you wanna get on, exactly. Hi, the Deep! Hi, welcome! Okay, are we fine? We stable? Good. This is such a lovely animation, by the way. Show you. Oh. Yeah, my graphics card ain't doing too hot, but... look at this. This is so amazing. Like, it explains the Euler's identity so gosh dang well. If it was looped, it would be better. Can I loop it somehow easy? Loop? No? Okay. Oh, there we go. Looks cool, doesn't it? Yeah! And this is Euler's identity. No, Euler's formula rather in this case, not identity. Euler's formula. This is Mike drowning. Is it? Is it just you, or is it actually drowning? I have no idea. There's so much work into your videos, man. Thank you. Normally I would try to be humble, but I really am. Into this video, I've really put a lot of work. I am so done. Made in Blender, that's crazy. I mean, it's okay. It shouldn't be that surprising it was made in Blender, because like all the mathematical tools are there. So making this in Blender is actually not difficult. That's why this is actually perfectly mathematically accurate. This isn't just like an approximation or something, you know, just an animation trick. No, this is literally Euler's formula. Well, I guess this is literally Euler's formula. Not really, it's just cosine, sine. And both of these shaders are really just cosine and sine moving in a way that they're supposed to move. One from polar curves, if you understand this, make it polar curves. So you what, like polar coordinates with curves? What's so special about polar coordinates with polar curves then? That sounds like just normal. It just sounds like. Isn't that just second derivative of an angle? I've made myself some delicious vanilla cappuccino, and then I ruined it by adding normal coffee to it because I just wanted a double shot, and I just had it laying on my desk for, I don't know, a day, and now it tastes. All of that deliciousness is just counted by a day old coffee, and it's just. It's not great. Hi, this is Suzuka, welcome. I wish Santka was here. The stream hasn't crashed yet? Yeah, it hasn't this time! For now. Well, the night is still young. You know, could still happen. Equation in theta for distance. Why is that a curve? Wait, what? Why is an equation with theta for distance a curve? What curvature was derivatives? Brother, don't even say that! Did I? Are we still streaming? Oh my goodness. One is slowly going bigger and one failed. Yeah. One of the two, which one would be mathematics or philosophy? Mathematics, no question. Yeah, mathematics. I don't like philosophy. That's my personal hot take. Well, actually no, it's not that I don't like philosophy. I don't like the fact that so many people think of philosophy as scientific, because in my opinion it is very much not by its very design. That's my hot take, my strong stance, that one thing that makes me controversial. The current frame looks cool. Thank you, it really is. That's because of the depth of field combined with motion blur, combined with just pretty neons on top of a black background. That's why it looks so cool. I'm a professional. Unlike the bad some philosophy, so keep in mind. Yeah, but at the same time, just because something is derived from... Well, is it actually... Well... People always say that philosophy is like the source of all science. I mean, yeah, okay, fair. Fair point. However, consider the following. When you have an apple tree, right, and it drops a tree and it drops an apple, that apple probably is going to be delicious. It's going to be lovely. But if you start eating the bark of a tree, you're not going to like it. Just because a tree bears a fruit, doesn't mean the tree will be just as delicious as the fruit itself. And in this case, mathematics is the fruit. Tree is the philosophy. Don't eat the bark. Wow, I am good with analogies. Oh, I should remake a channel about that. Have you heard of Pascal's wager? Yes, I have. On Robert Miles' channel. René Descartes, I think, did fall. Cinnamon. Okay. Damn it, I just got demolished with facts and logic. I forgot about cinnamon. That's on me. Which is the most stupid argument there's God. I mean, it's not the most stupid, it's just like not analyzed properly. I mean, from Pascal's perspective, it just wasn't analyzed. Because the argument was solid, was logical. It's just that Pascal only analyzed one example. It's the prime example of, like, not taking all the variables or possibilities into account. You know, the anti-God being the whole argument I'm going for right now. You're backing up from what you said. Ah, I see. Funny. Grand Hands Day, so I cannot hear response to my insult. I didn't even. Which insult? Objectively wrong? Is incorrect. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. What is incorrect? You mean the conclusion? Then yes, the conclusion is incorrect. Because as I mentioned, Pascal just forgot to account for everything. But the method isn't incorrect. Mathematically, it works out. The problem is it's not normalized. That's the issue I'm having. So Pascal basically, like when you're dealing with probabilities, you do need to normalize. Because if you don't normalize, then you can end up with probability higher than is technically possible. Same with dealing with rewards. That is the most likely, exactly. Why wouldn't I be? Pascal no juice, kind of crappy. It really was. Okay. How many more frames? 98, so 30 frames. We need 15 minutes! Yippee-ki-yay! And then we're done with this animation that keeps crashing my PC. 3 times! That's a lot of times! And at this point, we will be down to... this! What are polar coordinates? Okay, so remember from Cartesian as the x and y. How much to the left and how much to the right should be. And how much up. The polar coordinates, however, tell you the angle, point is, and then the distance from the origin. Aha. Philosophy and chance still math. I don't know. Bring it up. Oh, fudge! I just hit myself so bad. It's fine though. No time for pain. It's time for gain. Okay. From the Cartesian, that's the x and y, how much to the right, how much up. Okay, so once we're done with this, which we hopefully will be soon, I'm done with it, just done. Oh, whoops, minimize that. There we go. Read up on central limit theorem. Wait, central limit theorem, I heard of it. Central limit theorem. Which one was it? I remember that. I'm bad at remembering names of stuff. Central limit theorem. Oh, CLT! I see. Ah, I remember central limit theorem now. Okay. Can say Jordan, say hello. Bye Zentre, bye, have a good one. Pascal is to be taken seriously. Everything they are doing is start working on figuring out whether God is true. Because nothing stands up against infinity. Depends on the kind of infinity. I suppose. The video on it. Yeah, it actually was my first thought too of the central limit theorem. I remember that video was sick. Wish I could make videos about math. Making a video about math. But my style is different. Free and Brown's more about finding new and exciting ways to explain the topic. Mine is more about, hey, look at this pretty animation. That's it. Make it don't die during live stream. I will try. We'll see what will be in a bit. Free Brown. One red, one yellow, one blue, one green. There are so many people, oh my goodness, there are so many people who thought that I stole my colors from MatPat, by the way. Which, I get why. That was not my intention though. So sleep deprived. Then go to sleep, Ashad. Go nap right now. That's such an amazing. I should really make more animations. How close are we, by the way? 17 out of 22? We still have 5 pages to go. Okay. Oh, we got 1.5 page, and then will be the last chapter. Chat is my present Discord chat, not this one. I am sorry, what? Are you double chatting right now? I see. Hold on, let me also chat then. I see the chat on Discord, okay. You know what, this is incredible. I am a living paradox. Like, on one hand I am extremely hot, on the other hand so cool. It's incredible. Make it 5 minutes. Oh, this could be a 5 more minutes live stream actually. Like, not like the previous, you know, fake 5 more minutes. Ironic, funny 5 minutes. This could be genuine 5 more minutes. Never mind. I thought I've had something funny to say, but it wasn't funny. Philosophy is this podcast. Love your humor. Sounds like him. Philosophy is this podcast? No, never heard of him. Who is that? What is that even? What is that person even? Philosophy is this? That's definitely not me wearing a mustache. Philosophy is this podcast? Oh, website.org. Consider me impressed. .org? Oh wait, no, they switched right now. You don't need to be an org. Okay. I'm pretty certain back in the good old days, in order to get .org, you needed to be an organization. Now I can just buy it. Capitalism ruins everything. Learning from Maker's Discord they speak. I mean, it really is. I can't disagree with you there. I learned from my own Discord. I already mentioned, Flame is the reason for why practically all my chemistry videos exist. Hey makers, do you have plans of videos about machine learning, side of AI, how neural nets learn, how transform work, etc.? I wanted to make one video, but if I am going to make a video, it probably won't go too much in depth about how AI learn, simply because Freeblue and Brown already did a video on that. It's so much better than mine. I would probably have a segment on how they learn, but my segment would be more practical. As in, I would just probably make a neural network. Or even better, collaborate with Tefta and then analyze the neural network for OpenMasu. Open source, so. I could create a neural network for my own arm, and I could sell you all data of my arm if you want. Patron only data of my arm. How many of you would buy this merch? Data of my right arm. Everyone is the gold and make this an alpha. I can't know. Body pillow to hug. I would love to make a body pillow. Listen, if I were to make a body pillow, I would keep some for myself. But as I already mentioned, it's expensive. For body pillows, it's extremely expensive to make them. You know how much they cost? They cost a lot. I was shocked when I looked it up. For science reasons. I was just looking up for science reasons. I wouldn't know how much they cost. You press my left arm, exactly replica of your right arm. Right man, huh? It's called a make it pillow. Actually, we should just switch this make it to a different one, because look at this make it. I'm not saying I'm disappointed, but I am disappointed. Horrible things if I would buy it. It's not horrible. You can't use it like that. Okay. 18 more frames, everyone. 18 more frames. That's 9 minutes. All we need to do is survive 9 minutes without crashing. It's not impossible, not an impossible task at all. It's quite possible. So, 9 minutes and then just delete the planes and that should fix it. Because I'm pretty certain it's these planes that keep crashing. I mean, I get it. I get why. I don't get why actually, but they are a bit demanding. What are your specs? RTX 3060. That's all I remember. AMD CPU. I don't remember how much RAM. I think 32. Me making actually giving us some of my blood is on my bucket list. Please don't. You can mail me your blood if you want. Don't give it in person. That's just gross. Like, you know, mailing someone your blood. I feel like that's a nice thing. If they get the message, that's romantic. Giving in person. I leave. It's been a pleasure to talk to you guys. Bye. I think you make it. Bye, deep guy. Bye. Have a good one. What kind of cult have you made? Listen, like-minded people, what can I say? Honestly, also another thing I really want to do is, you know how people say Ryan Gosling, like, he's just like me for real? One thing which I really want to do is make like a big charity event. Where I would donate, I don't know, $1,000 charity, $10,000, however much, to charity, and then invite Ryan Gosling to it. And since, you know, he's Ryan Gosling, he's obviously gonna come. And then, as a part of a bit, have him wear the naked mask, only then take it off and reveal it's Ryan Gosling, just so that later on I could claim that Ryan Gosling is just like me for real. I would pay $10,000 for charity for that, you know, that's a good trade. 12 o'clock, prime time sleep. Alright, Shad, bye, have a good one, good night. Reflection of a streamer, it's like a child. It's very much not. It's way more random. I refuse to believe that I am this inconsistent or try to vary this much with me staying constant. Okay, 6, that's 14 more frames. Okay, we can do it. We can just have to wait. Just have to wait. Videos perform like a single function and one video view. Sine function, yeah, it really is. Sine plus 1 squared, or sine plus 1 to the 4th. Let's see what it does. Bye, Tilly, bye, have a good one. Intense music really matches the mood. It's a lot. Okay, it's speeding up, that makes sense, because we're moving away from all the complex, difficult stuff to render, and moving into a field where just the floor, that's it, that's all there is. And floor is just a simple brick texture, shouldn't be that difficult. Right, there we go. Now we're still getting some blue dots, that's the reflection of the function, which means it still will take a bit. Shouldn't take that long though. Okay, 3 frames per minute, which means 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Minutes. Five minutes exactly. You just need 5 more minutes. The video. No, 5 minutes to the video. This is just 3 minutes until. See, this is a sine function. Let me check if there are any comments under my post. I love responding to comments so much, or hearting them, you know. Seems like anything physics, theory, hypothetical is doing way better. It's actually a shame because most of my is how chemistry similar is more similar to physics people give it credit for. Message in those videos more clear. Weak. Haha, it is, because we're gonna make a chemistry video. All these crazy things have been used and some of them have tried to discover gravity. Right? Insane. Sleep, see, bye, Swims in life, bye, have a good one. I'm only liking all comments. I not only like all comments, I really often respond them. I only respond them when I have some information to give or something funny to say. Get the thank you. Rig the coin always land heads. Yeah. That's funny. 16 seconds. And we're finished with this one. I'm planning just to make videos using 3D. Most people just use Premiere and After Effects to get towards the animation if they must. Well, I use 3D because it looks good. Looks good and it's quick to make. It takes a long time to render, but it's really quick to animate stuff in 3D. Okay. Done. I'm gonna call it. And then remove this monstrosity, 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 because they keep crushing my stuff. There. Now all we need is XY. Actually, all we need right now is probably these two. X and Y, and I'm gonna make it smaller. More man. Ooh, there we go. And then we're going to take this, and 30, I think. No friend. See from months ago, now I can. Amazing view. Internet is a crazy place. It really is. I don't have any friends my own too, so don't worry about that. It's not too crazy. Die in a theoretical universe. How would you want now? How would I want to die in a theoretical universe? That's a good question. Say, okay, I would like to die in a theoretical universe, saving my past self to avoid making a mistake that I would have theoretically made in a theoretical future that would now be the past. That's how I would like to go. $38. No, wait, that's wrong. This right here, 238. 228, because 30 frames, because that's a second. It really is only going up with the light. I don't know why. Is it like so for now? Okay. Now we can render it. Okay. Okay, that was a paradox. So what? You're just gonna be rendered for physics of the physics I mentioned. Great paradox. Congratulations. That actually isn't a paradox. That's only a paradox if you view time a certain way. But if there exists a second temporal dimension, then that's actually not a paradox. That's perfectly fine. Also, if you consider the superposition as a viable thing, which it very much is, then that's also not a paradox. There are plenty of ways to think about this which wouldn't make it a paradox. Your Sanska? What? Shinosuke? Why am I only now learning of that? Well, that's shocking. I see so much. Bum bum. Potato chips. Damn it, you're making me hungry for potato chips. I just want to make potato chips. I don't have potato chips. Oh, God. This is how I make a copy of myself? What? You mean I would? What? You mean I would destroy an entire universe to copy myself? Eating raw potatoes right now. Good for you. Okay, so right here what we need now is Cartesian coordinates, so x and y, how much to the right, how much up, how much to the right and how much up. Polar coordinates, how I tell you the angle on which point is, and then the distance from the origin. Oh, I can edit the video in the background whilst this is rendering. Oh, how lovely. I really can. I really can. I'm just Ken and I'm enough. And I'm great at doing stuff. I'm just Ken. Just in. Okay. Oh yeah, I also made a backup of the Premiere file because it crashed twice with Premiere open and I almost got a heart attack each time. Make it really is Ryan Gosling. You play Ken. Oh, yes I am, and I'm gonna screenshot that and use it as a proof that it's common knowledge that I'm Ryan Gosling. Everyone knows that I'm Ryan Gosling. Thank you for stating the obvious. It's appreciated. Always good to get everyone on the same page. Alright. Now, it's time to add in all of our frames. Rendered stuff. Lovely. And we have this. 10 of them. Good. The first one isn't great, so I'm gonna just delete it. This is what we want first.
How? Well, the Euler's formula.
No, it just disappeared. There.
The Euler's formula. And right.
That's such a boring. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that is pretty. It's not an angle, so it doesn't look 3D.
Right.
That's so cringe. Oh well.
The Euler's formula.
No one will know that it's actually in 3D.
And right here, unfortunately, can't go in depth about the formula, about the identity, about all the lovely ways in which it ties in together: pi, e, imaginary numbers, exponents, and so on and so forth. But the basic idea,
Wait, did just...
and so on and so forth. But the basic idea looks like this: you have a function with this definition, then the idea looks like this.
Okay, right here we need to. This will be background, so I'm gonna switch it to Caribbean, because why not? Actually, no, that's finesse. Green. There we go. when make it wants to stroke his ego. Exactly. So that's a pro tip for all of you. If you want to go get to best comments, compliment me. Blur. Now, Gaussian blur.
Have a function.
Increase that bad boy to 100, because why not? Okay, better, good.
Have a function.
Now right here, Gaussian blur. 100, and we might also need image color, but yeah, we might. Make this hot. I am. Now I gotta try better than that, buddy. Sorry. Sorry, it's not my first rodeo.
You have a function.
Oh, music. Oh my goodness, I did not pick music for this chapter, did I? Oh yeah, because last time we couldn't even get to this chapter. That makes sense, actually. Makes sense why I didn't pick music for it. Mick is the most attractive, smart, wise person I ever met. Well, mate, listen. You can't just state the obvious, alright? Everyone knows that. You need to go further. Music, okay. What piece of music would work best for the oiler? What's most oiler-like with music? No. Make it is. Am I? Make it. You could build a village who would. Hold on. Make it. You could build a village who would put in it. Would you put in it? You could just any human in the world. There's enough for the, make it clones. Who would I put in the village? The long list. Stage classical, you're saying? No, Space Kid. Oh, I like it. Oh, it even ends. Oh, hell yeah. Some of them don't end, actually. Some of them just keep going till it just cuts all of a sudden. I like it. I like the Space Kid. Space Kid fits with the oiler.
How? Well, the Euler's formula. And right here, unfortunately, can't go in depth about the formula, about the identity, about all the lovely ways in which it ties in together: pi, e, imaginary numbers, exponents, and so on and so forth. But the basic idea looks like this. You have a function with this definition.
Oh, and it spikes right when the function... Lovely. I love it.
Then you simplify it, you take the derivative, then you simplify.
Okay, right here we're gonna need to import all of them. All 7 of them. Can you believe it? That's how he used to do animations. Just importing it one by one. Like a caveman. There. All of them imported. I said all of them oh, for some reason it just couldn't open. Cool. And then...
Simplify it. Take the
derivative. That's the derivative.
derivative, and after the derivative, you realize that it's equal to 0. That it's equal to 0.
We could use a boing actually in here. I could... No, it's really late in the video. It's too late for a boing.
0, which means that nothing is changing. It's not changing. It's constant. And since the function at 0 is equal to 1, it being constant means it's always equal to 1. And if we go back to the original function, you can see that it being constant means it's always equal to 1. And if we go back to the original function, you can see that if this is always equal to 1, then the top of this fraction has to be equal to the bottom, which means e to the power of pi theta is equal to cosine theta plus be equal to the bottom, which means e e to the power of pi theta is equal to cosine theta plus I sin theta. Just read about just read about it for yourself, or I would need to make whole separate videos about this.
I will make a whole separate video just about this. It's in the wave video, I'm gonna include this. It's never too late for a boing. It is too late for a boing sometimes. So the bald man looks like a gorilla with only hair on his head. But only for his hair, because it looks very good. I sure do. Make it, do you think that God is dead? I don't know, ask Nietzsche. He has a lot to say about the topic. We do
Now, why would that be useful? Well, if we go back to the circle and put the... Well, if we go back to the circle...
Oh yeah, of course, I have to try it twice. That makes sense.
Well, if we go back to the circle and put a point on it, going around, you can see that as we move it around, we can use... Well...
My goodness, 3 times. 3 times I messed up.
Well, going back to the circle and putting a point on it, going around, you can see that as we move it around, we can use the cosine function to represent the x-coordinate and the sine to represent the y-coordinate. And then we get the rotating point, which means that cosine of theta would give us which means that cosine of theta would give us a point going like this. Sine of theta times an imaginary number would give us a point going like this on the complex plane. And so if we add them both together, we get a point going around a circle based on theta. And wouldn't you know it, it just so happens that this is equal to e to the power of I theta.
At least I rendered all the animations for it already. It's popping. Not much ninja, not much, just an animation, you know, animating, doing stuff, just life in it. But ain't it life though? That's the 40, and then right here we're gonna have a point just boing into space. There we go, frames. Actually, yeah, I need to change it. Sweet! So these two label. It's Iris? It was Iris. Good! Is the most relatable character, Bonnie the Bad and another boy. That's not good! You want to talk about it?
Derivative, you realize that it's equal to 0, which derivative, you realize that it's equal to 0, which means that nothing is changing, it's not changing, it's constant. And since the function at 0 is equal to 1, it being constant means it's always equal to 1. And if...
No, I'm proving them all wrong. I can't do anything about it. Well, actually that's pretty solid mindset. Just be careful to not to fall too far into it. And still not live for the sake of revenge, you know, for the sake of proving them wrong.
You can see that if this is always equal to 1, then the top of this fraction has to be equal to the bottom, which means e to the power of pi theta is equal to cosine theta plus I sin theta. Bottom, which means e to the power of pi theta is equal to cosine theta plus I sin theta. Just read about it for yourself, or I would need to make whole separate videos about this. Now, why would that be useful? Well, going read about it for yourself, or I would. Need to make whole separate videos about this. Now, why would that be used?
There we go. And then nest. Different is the sweetest thing ever. You literally feel like a villain. Yeah, it's the sweetest thing ever until you actually revenge. Like, I get it, it's fun to like build up for years, the plan, an elaborate plan, to then knock it and be like, yeah, revenge. But once you actually finish with that plan, unless it was healthy for you, so unless it also made your life better, you won't like finishing the plan. You won't like it. You'll be left empty. And when the realization that you just wasted years of your life of pettiness, when that hits, you're not gonna be happy. Alright, magic collar, plug it in.
I would need to make whole separate videos about this. Now, why would that be useful? Well, going back to the circle and putting a point on it, going around, you can see...
Make it, how many videos do you have planned? Around 40. Something like that. Some of them planned more, some of them planned less.
Well, going back to the circle and putting a point on it, going around, you can see that as we move it around, we can use the cosine function to represent the x-coordinate. We can use the
Cosines, right here we want the cosine. And on the beginning we want just a point. So this.
The circle and putting a point on it, going around, you can see that as we move it around, we can use the cosine function.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Bye, bro. Bye. Have a good one. Villains without any goal, just aiming to do whatever they feel like are the greatest villains. I too agree that Joker is pretty fun. Putting in a tone of work to cause a slight annoyance to someone feels incredible. It may feel incredible while you're doing it, but once you finish and you realize that the joke is actually on you because you just wasted all that time, nah.
To represent the x-coordinate and the sign and the
right here, so the sign. Where's the sign? That's the sign.
and the sign to represent the y-coordinate, and then we get the rotating point. Which means that cosine of theta would give us a point going like this, sine of theta, which means that
cosine of theta, so where is it? This one, okay.
Which means that cosine of theta would give us a point going like this.
This is actually a bit too loud, isn't it?
Sine of theta times an imaginary this. Sine of theta times an imaginary number would give us a point going like this.
This is the transition, if I'm not mistaken. So give me that transition right here.
Times an imaginary number would give us a point going like this on the complex plane. And so if we add them both together, we get a point. An imaginary number would give us a point going like this on the complex plane. And so if we add them both together, we get a point going around
right here. Oh, this is the final one. Sweet. Honestly, I think it was worth the 3 crashes.
And wouldn't you know it, it just so happens that this is equal to e to the power of I theta. Going around a circle.
And then opacity, just cover up the E.
Based on theta. And wouldn't you know it, it just so happens that this is equal to e to the power of I theta. So e to the power of I theta gives us the coordinate on the real axis and coordinates on the imaginary axis of this point based on the angle provided. And so we've ended up with
Whoa, why'd you just stop?
And so we've ended up with a simple function which describes rotation perfectly based on a single number. So a lot has happened, so let's go over it. Okay, a lot has happened.
Yeah, I've been saying so way too much.
A lot has happened, so let's go over it. Okay. Power of I theta. Okay, a lot has happened, let's go over it step by step.
There we go. About learning, refining, and depending when I should get the materials to start. If you want to, go for it, I say. He made it. I made it. I really did. I did make it, didn't I? This should be glowing. This was meant to be glowing. Whoops. That's on me. Render it again. Okay. Okay then. Hee 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 ha. Hee 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 ha. Okay. 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 Okay.
Why is sine here? What has happened? Let's go over it step by step. Why is sine here? Because it describes how
Actually, this is backwards. Should be cosine.
imaginary axis. Why is cosine here? Because it describes how the point is changing. Because it describes how the point is changing. Why is sine here? Because it
Instead of this and then this.
Why is cosine here? Because it describes how the point is changing on the cosine here. Because
Okay, so right here. Oh my goodness, now we're gonna need all of them again. Okay, so first cosine, like this. Then sine with transition. And this shouldn't be another sine here.
sine
Oh, it does. Oh my god, that's the wrong ones. So first cosine, then sine, then sine transition, then sine like this. And then this. Okay. Only one more chapter to render, right? Well, 1.5 technically, because we still have this one, which isn't finished. So right now all we have to do is finish the complex rotations chapter, and then the Fourier transform, which is the last one. Because I can't just end the video without any conclusion, and the conclusion is the Fourier transform chapter.
And wouldn't you know it? Let's go over it step by step. Why is cosine here? Because it describes how the point is changing on the because
Okay, so first we start with this one.
it describes how the point is changing on the real axis. Why is sine here? Because it describes how the point here.
Now you. And bring it back. I've spent 3 days only working on this video. That's not counting the previous weeks at this point. Of prep work, 3 days
Because
completely
the
working.
point is changing on the imaginary axis. Why is sine multiplied by I? Well, it's because this sine. Well, because. Well, it's because this is by I. Well, it's because this is sine, and when you multiply by I, it moves to the imaginary axis. Why are we adding them both together? Because then you multiply by I, it moves to the imaginary axis. Why are we adding them sine, and when you multiply by I, it moves to the imaginary axis. Why are we adding them both together? Because then you add them together, because when you add them both together, together you end up with
There we go. Yes. Yes. It really is Plankton's voice. I've never noticed that before. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Krabs will have no idea what's No, I'm losing. Yeah. Oh no, you took it out in about 5 minutes and 200 hours. Exactly. Say some observed stuff. Happy, please. You can always count on happy. Chocolate-free day. Oh no, why having a chocolate-free day? What's happening?
point going around circle. Why is this equal to e to the power I theta? Because of the proof I skipped over. Why is that useful? Because it lets you switch from polar coordinates to Cartesian and back. It lets you switch from...
Oh, we're funny there. That was the last one.
Circle. Why is this equal to e to the power I theta? Because of the proof I skipped over. Why?
Then I'm gonna cut the music. Cut the music. This isn't entertainment. This isn't real life. If it's lunacy community, because we have a polarized, we're always fighting and we divide. Truth is less important than the money that we design. Money is an invention. Politics from an invention. No compromise idea. Did I mention? Boards and invention, law and order fuel detention. These two keep people killing each other. My solution is everything is subject to change. We could build utopias. Individuals were taught to use their brains. We teach kids at school to always be sheep and put themselves before the head. If there's more money for me, then there's no future I see where the humans survive. The petri dish for cannibal minds. Mold will grow upon the surface and consumes till it dies. And our fate will be the same without the story to the wise. Is what Ren would probably say in this situation. I'm just guessing. Why? Because of proof I skipped over. Exactly. Much concept makes you boring. I guess. Reasonable. Make it dementia's kicking in. Did no one get the reference, by the way? If someone can tell... Okay, if someone got the reference, I'm gonna be really proud of you. You have good taste. Let's see. Can anyone guess what I was referencing? just poetry terms. That's actually not Heat of the Universe. It's a commentary on modern society. Let's do 70. That's gonna be a full-blown second. Fine. See if I care. I do. It just hit me. I forgot to rotate this. This cylinder wasn't rotated. Whoops. So it's like... I'm getting on the wrong... Whoops. I wasn't listening to what you said, to be honest. It was Ren Money Game Part 3. The monologue at the very end. You know that she sells seashells on the seashore, but the value of these shells will fall? You know that one? No one wants to buy shells because there's loads on the sand. Step 1, you must create this and scarcity. Shells are so much better if the people think they're rare. See, bear with me. Take as many shells as you can find them, hide them all online, and stockpile them, hide in the rare than the diamond. Step 2, Ren. Yeah, that was Ren Money Game Part 3 at the very end. The she sells seashells from Money Game Part 2. No one cares about Money Game Part 1 for some reason. I don't know. In my opinion, Part 3 is obviously the best, Part 2 is second best, and Part 1 is third best, simply because Ren just got better at making music. They peak in chemistry channel today. You mean the blood, the sacrifice to the Dark Lord in order to continue your research? What happened there? One must suffer in pursuit of science. I forgot to clear the keyframes like an idiot. The sacrifice. Yeah, but seriously, what happened? Because, you know, here's the thing. When you're walking in a lab as advanced as yours, then if anything goes wrong, that's never a good sign. Really my body weight into undoing a bolt and I slipped. Cheesing. Are you okay? 210 to Dark Lord. You know how it is with me. It's what I'm always about. Sacrifices. Sacrificing for science. Okay. Was it tiny colors black crazy for 10 minutes because it was on my finger? Jeez whiz. The thing is, when you're, as I already mentioned, when you're in a lab as advanced as yours, you don't, like, it's terrifying. I have an image like this. Franca's bruise probably beats inhaling cancer. I mean, yeah, certainly. Honestly, out of all of... Oh, wait, I didn't even notice the fingers on the floor. Out of all the things that... Wait, is that red on the metallic part? Blood? That's... That can't be blood. I can't tell what it is. It's blurred. Blurry. Flame is mortal, relax. Ah, is Flame mortal? I think canonically Ali was immortal until proven otherwise. Just the red tool. Okay, for because it metallic red. It the you know yeah. How is this your machine going, by the way? How is it going? Also, Flame is in Deadpool because Flame actually was curing cancer, not suffering from cancer. Dream see you talk about it if you want. Oh, go right ahead. You actually joined at a perfect time because I just finished putting together all the animations I have, so now is a perfect time. Bolt out of his hand. It's probably more like heaven or hell like environment, not like political stuff. It's mixed. It's actually really nice because we both have access to the sea and mountains.
Hello.
Hi there, Flame.
Hello.
For some reason you're not appearing on stream. I just got smaller. Your presence just shrunk me. Hi, how are things going? Well, you did just mention how things are going. Bloody,
yeah, so I've just been like adding bits, like random bits. Like my supervisor's like, oh yeah, can you screw this in and just attach this to this? And so like the stuff I'm doing is not very advanced, like in the lab, but the stuff I have to do on the computer is kind of interesting.
I mean, I suppose that makes sense because you know the reason why you're doing this research is for the information, not for the machine. So it makes sense that on the computer that would be when most things advanced happen because that's where we actually.
Yeah, and the point is the computer's meant to like predict what the machine will do.
I always love the combination of extremely high-tech, advanced, bleeding-edge machinery and just like plugged into a laptop. Just, you know, always love this combination.
Well, I mean the laptops have like advanced chem software on them.
I mean, I know. That goes to a whole separate issue of how, you know, at this point, our engineering when it comes to computer creation is so much more advanced than anything else. It just skyrocketed. Also, I love that how that dog at Can Explode said he sounds exactly how you'd imagine an expert to sound.
I'm not an expert.
I'm very just much are. That's not even. Listen, like I'm not an expert. That's such an understatement. Expert is just someone who has an expertise. You're a professional scientist. Like,
well, okay,
I would argue.
I earned money for 6 weeks. That was
still professional researcher. Listen, here's the thing. I am really flimsy. Let's just call it with terms like expert or scientist. Like I would consider myself to be a scientist because I like science, and I will talk about science all the freaking time. I can't shut up about it. Apparently, it's the only conversation topic I have. I consider people to be experts when they know enough to have some expertise. You're going beyond that because you are a professional researcher. And I don't care if it was just for 6. Listen, mate, most of us here aren't professional researchers. So make it. Oh, yeah. Everyone is now gonna be saying how your voice is better than mine. I know everyone. It's because Flame is a Brit.
It's just the accent. It's actually just the accent.
Yeah. Voice pulled
If I was American, I would just sound like an average dude.
Also, voice pulled straight out of a low grade NASA job. I mean, you know, funny enough, Flame did work on curing cancer. It is still so funny how casually you. I mean, okay, the I'll be honest, the curing cancer bit wasn't quite as interesting in my opinion. Like, it was cool.
I didn't
but,
actually get to do anything with cancer cells.
Yeah, but
'cause in the
even
end,
the
like,
topic itself, in comparison to what you're doing right now, I would rate it a 6.
I feel like this is a lot cooler,
Yeah,
but a lot less impactful.
Is it? Is it?
Well, because the stuff I was doing was working towards a potential cancer treatment molecule.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
it
but
was
at the same
getting more
time,
info about a potential one.
I don't-
And
I
the stuff
don't.
I'm doing now is like we're gonna learn a bit more about some very specific molecules that have been formed in space, and it's like we don't really learn much from that.
Okay, I don't want
It's
to
cool.
undersell your previous research and oversell your current one, but I do believe that when it comes to cancer research, unless I'm mistaken and way off, way wrong, that was just like the impact of oh, if I remember that correctly, jeez, and I remember for some reason the only thing that comes to my mind is the Nobel winning was click reaction. Was it? Oh damn it! What was the name of that thing?
The click reaction.
Click reaction. I actually remember the name. Wow, I couldn't even remember the central limit theorem today. I'm being poisoned by chemistry. But I do believe that when it comes to the cancer research thing, there is the money that's currently invested in cancer research is insane. So over the end goal might have been much grander, much more important, but it was a much smaller step towards this goal. Whereas I do believe that the research you're currently doing will be the goal may seem a little obvious, and at the same time, hold on, we still haven't explored much of space. Okay, space is very much once we cure cancer, space will be like the next big thing. And so I do believe the goal may be not quite as grand, but you are taking a much bigger part of it simply because there's a lot less
I mean,
research
yeah,
about
like
it.
there's not many people doing what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah, cancer research is basically the research in medicine. There is nothing I'm
I
pretty
get what you
certain
mean,
is getting
yeah.
quite as much research money as cancer research. Because people are scared of cancer, rightfully so, in my opinion. Curing
I mean,
cancer.
astrochemistry is an interesting field.
I mean, the
'Cause it's
name
like-
is wild.
I know that the name is just cool, but it's also like, you're trying to like figure out how all these molecules that exist in space could have been formed like in the first place. Because if you imagine like chemistry in
actually really
space is
cool.
nothing like here, because in space everything's like
Yeah, I suppose
gases,
also.
like individual molecules floating
Actually,
around.
I suppose in space you would be dealing with just only two extremes and nothing in the middle. Because it's either huge amounts of gas just floating in space, or it's the stars. I don't think there's anything in between these two extremes, unless you're not dealing
Yeah,
with
but
the
planets are
stars
the only
things.
thing in between. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what planets can do. Planets don't do nothing interesting.
Our planet does some interesting stuff.
I don't know. I mean, okay, yeah, fine. Pears are pretty cool, but bananas, that's ridiculous. It's not that cool.
Yeah,
This
I do
feels
find
like
astrochemistry really interesting.
actually, can you tell something about your research, or is it all top secret or private? Because
I
I
can
don't
tell
want
you whatever you want about it.
like what
the,
molecules you're dealing with. I'm mostly curious.
That's the only thing I don't know yet. I've got everything. Like the thing is though, like the actual molecules I'm gonna look at, that's not important until I've actually like done most of the project.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, you gotta build a machine to only then.
Yeah, because I've got to build
Oh,
it,
fair.
simulate. I mean, I guess like at a certain point, I'll start simulating the molecules I'm
So,
gonna look at.
I mean, that
But
was the top one question I had because I was really curious what would be the difference. Because I know it's different. I'm just curious what exactly would be the difference between astromolecules versus, I don't know, terra molecules, whatever, as boring synthetic
well,
human scale molecules.
I don't think there are any molecules in space that we haven't identified on Earth.
I mean, I know it's not gonna be magic. I know it's not gonna be witchcraft. I still don't understand chemistry, but I assume because of the environment, obviously, there certainly will be a huge chunk of molecules that just cannot happen in space, and there also will be
Yeah.
a huge chunk that only can happen in space. That was my top one question, but which makes sense. If I guess it makes sense, the building machine. Could you tell us about the machine? Because I'm a bit, I don't know, I don't quite
Yeah.
get it. It's for me, it's just
Okay,
the scene from Iron Man 2.
I do just want to say with the molecules, this was like a one conversation with my supervisor, but when we initially like planned out the project, he said I'd probably be looking at some like iron complexes. So that's like
Ion as in ionic or ion as in
no,
Fe?
iron as in the element
Okay.
Fe. And that would be molecules like maybe ferrocene or something. He wants it to be something that's been identified in space or has like relevance to astrochemistry. I don't know if ferrocene has been identified in space, but iron is found in space, so
I would assume it would be there
Yeah.
somewhere.
yeah. So yeah, that's all I know. I know it's probably going to involve iron complexes, and that's it.
I guess the
the
most interesting
molecules
thing
will
is the
be-
machine. I suppose that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
So
by the way, for everyone who doesn't know, boy, I should have introduced you more properly. I'm so sorry. Well, Greg, that's Flame. Flame is the whenever I don't know something about chemistry, Flame is my go-to guy. Flame is the reason for why I made the Electron video, which, to be fair, I did not include a lot of information, and every now and then Flame just joins on stream and just gets me hooked on interesting chemistry stuff, talks about some wild, stuff like these. Now, Flame is a student, as we often likes to mention, but in my eyes, Flame is a professional researcher, as I already mentioned. His hobbies include curing cancer and blasting space chemicals with basically witchcraft. And yeah, that's actually, unless there's something else you'd like to include there, I feel like that's a pretty. That's
yeah,
an
that's fair
oversimplification,
enough.
but
I mean,
yeah, all right.
the research stuff isn't hobbies. Like
I
that's
know,
just what I do.
but it sounds funny.
Hobbies are more like gaming and music, you know.
Yeah, but how many? No, you should rethink this, because saying that curing cancer is your hobby, it leaves a much bigger impact, in my opinion. That's like dramatic entrance.
Yeah, just in my spare time. Yeah. Yeah. So the machine. The correct term is instrument. Like it's an instrument. It studies. So the title of my project is Action Spectroscopy of Gas Phase Anions. And action spectroscopy means you're like shooting light at something and seeing what the light then does to the molecule. And gas phase means it's a gas, because we do it in like a really 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 strong vacuum.
Makes it
And
space. though.
anions. That's the thing. It's not actually because of that, but
It's not?
you would
Okay,
think
then
it
never
is
mind. Doesn't
because
make
it's like
sense.
to simulate space. But
Then
it's actually just because
take
when
it back.
you, in order to like isolate these molecules, you need a really strong vacuum, because otherwise you have molecules in the air floating around. Right?
That also makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot more sense now I think about this. By the
So
way,
you're essentially just clearing the whole inside of the instrument, so that when you shoot these things through, it's only that going through, right? And then anions means negatively charged molecules.
I would just like to say, by the way, because Sanska just said that, sorry, but he doesn't like chemistry. Well, the thing is, Sanska, the main reason for why I'm making chemistry videos is to actually make people realize that most people do like chemistry, they just don't realize it. So for example, Sanska, do you like physics? If I may ask a question. Chemistry feels like the origin of all science. Well, I wouldn't. Chemistry is actually extremely in the middle. It's not an origin of everything. It's chemistry.
Yeah, I find chemistry is the perfect middle ground between like biology and physics.
Yes, okay, so you do like physics. Well, then let me just tell you that
I do really like physics, yeah.
What Flame is doing is basically Flame, because that's one way to put it, but what Flame is basically doing, Flame is taking a molecule, right, which some atoms bound together by an electron cloud, whatever, firing a photon at it, and then seeing basically what happens. Extreme oversimplification, fine, whatever. The point I'm trying to make here is that in this case, this very much is chemistry. But at the same time, what you're basically doing is you're analyzing the effects of electromagnetic carrier particles on electrons, which most people would consider physics.
It's very close to particle physics.
Exactly. And so the thing is, when you say that you don't like chemistry, what I think you mean is you don't like basic school chemistry. Which, yeah, I get that's a fair point. No one likes it. I'm gonna make a whole video about it.
School chemistry.
Yeah, no one likes it. Even chemists don't like basic school chemistry, except organic chemists, but they're a weird bunch. and so the thing is, that's actually why I love Flame's research and everything that Flame is showing me basically so much, because most of it really feels like physics, except with real life things on a molecular scale, which makes sense. It's basically what chemistry is. So, Sanska, basically my point is, I get that you wouldn't like basic school chemistry, sorry. But actually advanced chemistry is way cooler, and I feel like way more people would like it if they understood what it is.
I do feel like I've given you a warped view of chemistry because I've focused on the physics side of it.
No, I do
there
believe,
are a lot of people
who
study chemistry and they don't do much physics with it. They don't look at much.
I don't think you've given me a warped view of chemistry. I just feel like you've given me a view into theoretical chemistry, because from the textbooks I've seen,
it's through the lens of physics, right?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that's actually warped view, because I mean, I get it. Different fields of chemistry are going to be different, and that's organic chemistry is obviously going to be way different than that, because I've also peeked into the textbook of organic chemistry in what I did not enjoy myself. There, it was not a good time. Don't like it. Would like to never return. And also dipped into statistical thermodynamics, but that's a whole other crying session. So yeah, okay. So spectroscopy. So that's just actually that's a good question, because in my mind, what I understand is happening is you take a laser, right? It is a laser, or is it not?
Yes, it is a laser.
Okay, you take a laser, you shine it at the molecules, and then these molecules somehow interact with the laser, and then you're getting basically the light at the end is different because these molecules somehow interacted with the laser. How?
When you say the light at the end, do you mean like the lasers pass through the molecule and the light is like changed as it's gone through?
Yes, unless I'm wrong. I mean, yeah, that was it. Actually, that was the question I was asking. What is exactly happening, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't really a statement of... Yeah, I was just going to ask you what's actually happening there.
Okay. So the thing you're describing is absorbance spectroscopy, which is where you shoot light at it and you see what light gets absorbed by the molecule. And you can see the different frequencies of light that got absorbed.
I'm such an idiot.
And that will tell you about the molecule.
I'm such a spectroscopy. I'm such an idiot. Wow.
What?
For some reason, remember a while back when someone asked about spectroscopy and I just pointed them to you? It only now hit me, the name, spectroscopy. It only now hit me. Okay, I am an idiot. Alright, carry on.
Okay. There are many types of spectroscopy. And there's also spectrometry. And the difference, I think the difference is spectroscopy is like you're looking at something, like you're getting info about something, whereas spectrometry is like you're measuring something. Because it's like, instead of Do you get what I mean with the word? Like it's spectroscope, which is to like look into something, or it's spectrometer, which is to like measure something.
I think. Wait, but I'm
Like
not
the
gonna lie.
two
It's not
words are
clicking much on what the
okay.
difference
If I
exactly would
type
be.
them out,
Now, what's the difference between measuring or looking in this case? 'Cause
it's not that. It's that like spectrometry gives you like a quantified. You know, let me just get the definitions because I need to just.
as you have the cool blue thing.
Okay, spectrometry is more of an application of to like use light to measure something, whereas spectroscopy is more to like study what the light is doing to something.
Oh, I think I get it. Okay, so like, oh, I think I get it. Oh, I see why it's so annoying to explain. So basically, spectrometry, unless I'm getting them backwards. So it's like spectrometry is looking at something. Spectroscopy is seeing how it interacts with light. I see what
Yes.
Okay, so spectrometry, using light to see, spectroscopy seeing interactions with light. There.
Yes.
Okay.
And my instrument actually involves some spectrometry as well as spectroscopy, just to make it even more confusing. Because part of what my instrument does is, so you put your sample in, it turns it into plasma or something. I still don't know how that works. And then it uses some electrodes to accelerate the beam. And when it accelerates it, particles of different masses will accelerate at different rates, right? So they'll then be traveling at different speeds. You let them fly for like a meter, and when they get to the end, you have a detector, and the detector can tell you how long it took each of these things to reach the detector, and using that, you then can separate them by mass.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So like they travel at different speeds because they have a different mass to charge ratio. Because
And that basically tells you the mass to
a
charge.
field to
Yeah, I was
accelerate
also
them.
about to ask
Yeah.
if it tells you the mass, because the charge obviously will also change the force with which they're pushed. So
Yeah, it's mass to charge ratio, but in this case, they're all gonna have a single negative charge because I'm looking at anions. I mean, maybe we'll do two minus, but probably not. And yeah, so you then get the mass, and you can
that's gonna
pick
be a
out.
wild device to build. I'll be honest. The way you describe it, that
So if you look at the last photo, the one I sent under the
yep,
the injury,
the Tony Stark ion generator.
yeah.
one?
So that's whereas, and you can see I said time of flight mass spectrometry detector. That's that. That's the detector.
Oh, time
for
of
that.
flight mass
Time of
spectrometry.
flight,
Oh,
mass
that's
spectrometry.
oh, it makes perfect
yes.
sense now.
Yeah.
May I show it on stream, by the way?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so time of flight mass spectrometry detector is because based on the time of flight, it detects mass using spectrometry.
Well, that's
well, not using
you can get rid of the
spectrometry.
detector bit. It's just that this piece is the detector in that setup. And all this does is it just detects when things
how
reach
does
it.
Okay, I see cables behind it. Oh, is it just like an electric component that?
Yeah, so this just goes into the thing. So that black circle on the top is where the particles will hit it.
I imagine it must be really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how much, but yeah.
At this point, don't even ask. It's better to not know. Like I've bought in the past some professional scientific equipment, and the equipment I bought was really, really basic. So I imagine this one. Well,
it's quite funny actually. You see the blue piece on it.
Mm-hmm.
We just 3D printed that in the lab.
Just
screwed it in.
You see the marking.
We're like, oh, we need a piece to hold this, so we'll just 3D print it.
Hold on, the piece is gonna the 3D printed piece is gonna be there when the
Yep.
particles hit it.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it doesn't actually cause problems because they use 100% infill. So instead of it being like a
Oh,
hollow
that's
3D
that's
print,
chunky.
which
Yeah.
is what they
Okay.
usually do, you just fill the whole thing with plastic,
I've never
and
done a
then
100%
it doesn't
infill.
affect
That
much
must
with
be
like the vacuum.
that must be insane. I mean, if you need some more 3D printed parts, you know, I do know someone who does a lot of 3D modeling.
I've got to become a pro at it anyway.
Well, way to freaking wear my parade. Spent 4 years in then for what? Not even be useful in
Well, so
modeling.
a big part of what I have to do for my thesis is actually just building the whole instrument
Yeah,
on my
it's fair. I'm
computer.
just joshing with you.
I've got to build the whole thing on
Average lab.
Autodesk Inventor or something.
Greg just said average lab. Order like $1 million equipment and use a tripod to hold it.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot easier to just 3D print the piece you need, right? Like,
I mean,
it's
it
actually
makes
just really
sense.
efficient.
It makes sense because like the reason why these things are so expensive is because you need them to not. You don't want a piece of equipment to affect the result. Obviously makes sense.
Yeah.
But once you have that piece of equipment, which is so perfect and divine, it won't affect the result. It doesn't really matter what you use to hold it up or screw it in.
Yeah, exactly. Like the detector is the important bit.
My stream just died for a second. I
Oh.
have such PTSD because the last 2 days I've streamed 5 times and 2 of them just died instantly.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Well then, that's really cool. Well, I've done a bloody animation, which is really fun. If you were showing stuff, I guess. I don't know.
So the time of flight mass thing is only like part of it. So the only reason we do that whole thing is so that we can then pick the individual molecule we want to look at in the beam, right? Because the sample won't be pure
That's it. Wait, how are you gonna accelerate it again?
with electrodes. I have a photo.
So like,
right?
there's gonna be electrodes all around the thing for the length of the meter.
No,
Or
you
just in the
only
beginning?
accelerate them at the beginning, and then they just travel through at different speeds because they've accelerated differently.
There's one thing I'm struggling because I feel like I'm imagining it incorrectly. So like you have the thing.
You got to remember, there's no air resistance because there's no air.
Yeah, but
right?
you have the detector right here, right? If you have an electrode on, so red is the detector.
Mhm.
Then if you have an electrode on the other side, then they will all accelerate to the left, but won't they start in different places?
We use 3 electrodes, and then we use a lens that focuses the beam.
So wait, is there like a? So
I
do
can
they
do
hold?
this.
Is it holding in place from the very beginning? Is like a valve in between or something? Because if they, oh please do! I need a visual.
I want to see if this works. Discord have added this thing.
Oh,
Does this work
whiteboard.
if you
Oh, I
look on
see.
this?
Authorize, yeah, fine, whatever. Sell my data, see if I can. I shouldn't say it publicly because I'd rather not. Can I pop it out?
Okay. So we have electrodes, and the electrodes are like discs. So they just look like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are 3 of them. The sample goes in here. This one pushes away. This one attracts. I think it attracts. And this one's like a ground neutral electrode. And the whole effect is that it just pushes the sample through like that way, right?
Yeah, but the thing I'm struggling with is that let's imagine like second 0, right? Right before this one starts pushing them in, right before this one starts pulling them, right? So second 0, right before all of this happens, where will they be? The
You
molecules.
mean how do they get in here?
Yes, because I imagine
I
they all
don't
have
know
to be
yet.
on the very beginning.
I actually
because
don't know yet. That's the one thing. It's one of the things I've like thought about. I've been like, well, hang on, and I haven't had the chance to ask.
yeah, because if they if they are just in the container, then they're gonna be like all over the place, and
so there are like sample. The way these things usually work is there will be like there there are a few different ways they do these sources of things, but it's like there'll be all this stuff in some kind of box, and there's a hole in the box here, and so it lets it out as a gas this way, and you might have some kind of ionization thing here, which uses a plasma to turn these all into negative molecules as they pass through. And so it ends up with them all kind of coming out as a kind of beam. But you're right, they won't be focused. They won't be like perfect.
so
with
they're
the electrodes.
created like, so they're ionized on the very beginning of the
Yeah, I
and
think
beginning
so, yeah.
as in spatial beginning, as in beginning of the device, the far end of the device.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay,
So because the source that I'm using is a plasma source,
plasma
which I think
ionizer.
means it uses plasma to ionize it, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
You're basically using a plasma ionizer, and I'm just all for it.
So the particles go through here, they go up this way, and then we use what's called an Einzel lens to focus the beam, which is like 3 electrodes. And this is that thing. If you looked in the channel yesterday when I did a couple simulations, that's what I was simulating.
Oh, I see.
So the bottom picture there is
Oh yeah,
like
I can see
the
3 of them.
the 3 electrodes, which are like rings. And the top picture is a plain slice of that whole setup, where the third dimension is used to represent the potential field. So you can see where the field is higher, the green is just raised up.
Mm-hmm.
And so this has the effect of just pushing the beam close, so there's a focal point down the line. And in this simulation, I had the blue ones had less kinetic energy than the red ones, which is why the blue focuses sooner than the red.
I get it.
Actually, no, the
I'm
other way around.
surprised.
Blue was more kinetic energy. Was it? One way or the other, yeah.
One of them.
Yeah.
That's really cool, actually.
And
No
so this
offense,
focuses
but
the beam,
it
and then it travels through space.
maybe it's because it's more physical, but I like this way more than or maybe it's because it's way more physical, or maybe it's because I finally understand something. But I like this a lot more.
I mean, it does seem a lot cooler.
Yeah,
The stuff I was doing before, like the most fun I was having was the fluorescence thing, like just making everything glow, you know.
I mean, listen, this one you are like unironically using a plasma ionizer as a step 1, astrochemistry. The names are wild, but the process is really cool.
Well, the whole astrochemistry thing is like a very secondary part of the project, because
It really is.
nothing I'm doing has
Because
anything to do with space except the molecular.
That is
magnetic.
really funny though. That the astrochemistry really like this isn't. You've always, I don't know if it has on purpose, but you always bring it up as an astrochemistry thing. But the astrochemistry really feels optional in this case.
Yeah, it is, because people make these instruments
Yeah,
to look at any molecule they want.
You could do any molecule. So this is basically just like
Yeah.
a machine to tell you the ratio between the mass and the charge. I know if I put it correctly.
Well, the time of flight thing, yes.
So is
But
this a machine to tell you
I've left
how?
out the actual spectroscopy bits so far.
Oh
I've only-
yes,
I've only done
spectroscopy.
the
What about
spectrometry bit.
what about the spectro? Oh, I completely forgot about that one. What about expensive timer? Expensive electric timer. Very much electric timer. What about spectroscopy? Oh, I feel like that would be way more
Yeah,
your
so
thing.
so this
isn't it?
whole mass spectrometry thing is quite common. Like not exactly this setup, but you know, a similar kind of setup can be done to do mass
this feels
spectrometry.
pretty basic.
And I mean, we're even learning about it for proteins right now in my biophysical course, and they just use it to then get the mass of proteins, because that helps them do certain research stuff. So the actual spectroscopy bit is once this travels. So let me just clear the board. Is there a way to like delete everything?
I've never done this before, I'll be honest.
Maybe if I just do this. I'm a genius. Okay. So they're traveling this way, and our time of flight detector is here, and this will detect when the particles hit it at the end. But at some point, we shoot a laser at it in here, and we have what's called a VMI detector. I'm trying to remember. It stands for velocity map imaging. And this is some actual wizard stuff. This just like, it basically takes a photo of the velocity of everything that gets kind of pushed around here.
Takes the photo of velocity. That's I'm struggling with that one.
Yeah, it's
wizard stuff. I see.
Yeah, hang on. Let me, because it's stuff I've read about it a bit, but it's quite hard to wrap my head around. So it's quite hard for me to explain it because I don't know it perfectly. I mean, the name is kind of most of the info I know, which is it maps the velocity with an image. Like, so what happens when this light hits this stuff? It causes things like angular momentum and velocity to change, and this detector can see how the angular momentum and velocity has changed, and give you info on where these molecules are going and what they're doing.
I'm really struggling with
yeah.
I mean, okay, from just the description what it's doing, this really... Who invents these things? WTF?
I'm trying to... This isn't just a Google thing, that's the problem. I need to pull out my references. One sec. I want to get like a good source that I can talk about this from.
Hear me clicking in the background. Well, I'm listening to a chemistry podcast. Oh, that's actually a good question from Greg. Flame, is it hard to explain these things in simpler terms?
It's not hard when you're an expert, but I am very new to this stuff, so it's hard for me.
Expert in this case is relative.
As in, like, my supervisor could come on here and explain this stuff in really simple terms, and you would understand it pretty instantly. Whereas for me, I don't know it well enough to explain it simply.
Because I feel like scientists have a hard time communicating not knowledgeable people. I don't actually think that's the case, Greg.
I think it's a weird thing, because it's like you can know enough to apply it, but to actually teach it, you need to be fully knowledgeable with no gaps in your understanding.
Yeah, the thing is, Greg, you've joined us at the, like, right now, Flame is talking about the new thing that he's doing.
Because this is the limit of my understanding,
yeah,
right?
If you should really listen to how Flame explains phosphorescence, basically, in my opinion. Like, you will see that in phosphorescence you have so many names which are very, let's just call it scientific, and by that I mean horrible, awful, and just clearly named as a practical joke, except none of the scientists realized that the guy who named it was like joking around, so they all went with it. But it makes sense. Supervisors do have that superpower. It really is incredible when you have like some like senior scientists just explaining these things? Because
I mean, I think it's just that like the better you understand something, the better you can explain it in simple terms.
Oh
Because
yeah,
when
in
there
order
are no
to
gaps in your understanding, no question can get past it.
yeah, like
know?
in order to work with these things, everyone that's another misconception. There's this misconception that like scientists have some sort of, I don't know what should I call it, some inhuman mind, and so they can
What does that mean?
so that like when scientists I know deal with the string theory, that they can imagine 11 dimensions or something. No, that's in my opinion misconception. I feel like in order to work with all these advanced topics, as a scientist, scientists still need to think of it in a way which they will understand themselves. And so once you create that for yourself, then you can just convey it to other people.
Yeah.
I can imagine love dimensions like 3. I can imagine 4 space. Like
I've
10.
trained myself to imagine 4. But I
As
think
in
that's the
4
limit.
spatial ones. I cannot imagine
4 spatial.
I can understand.
There's a really good YouTube series going on right now, of a guy like properly breaking down 4D like spatial dimensions in like the most intuitive way I've ever seen.
There is
I've been a fan
ever
of 4D YouTube for a while, but this guy is.
What's the name of that
these videos for you.
programmer who made the games, the 4D games?
Hypercubist Math is the channel.
There's one guy who made.
I saw the game. Yeah.
Hyperbolica, I think was the name. I've been subscribed to him back when he had about as many subscribers as I have right now. Actually, funny enough.
I've got a video for you. You should watch this in your free time because this is actually just a really good video.
I'm bad about watching videos of other people because I'm afraid I'll steal their content.
I mean, this isn't. I don't think this is a topic you would ever look at.
All right, I see how it is. Okay.
No, as in like it's not something I would picture you.
Oh, visualizing 4D. I see.
Yeah, because it's about. Yeah.
Oh, just by the thumbnail, that's actually. I'd never seen it visualized this way. Actually,
this first video was like my understanding already. I felt like it did some good things to like visualize it quite well. But the second video he came out with like a week ago was really, really good. It actually just like it does all these tricks with the fourth dimension once you like accept how it works, and it's really cool. I think. Oh, okay, yeah.
The thing is,
the viewers on the stream are about to cut in half.
No, trust me, I'm more entertaining. I can also explain 4 dimension. Well, I can't really visualize them all that well, but I'm really good at understanding multiple dimensions. But that's simply because I come from a computer science background, and so for me, I know 50,000 dimensions, like whatever. I don't think of dimensions.
I played a really good puzzle game a couple days ago called Manifold Garden. Have you heard of it?
No, I have. Maybe actually, no.
The whole gimmick with the game is that in games like Pac-Man, the space like loops around at the edge of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that, but 3D, and you can just look forwards and it loops, or you can like fall off the map and you'll fall down onto the same map. And so if you look out into the distance, you can see like copies of the area you're standing in.
I absolutely love the games which just which use the fact that there are games in order to modify physics in a way that's not just changing numbers around, only changing how it works. I absolutely love these games.
Yeah. I mean, I played a few games like that. There was another one called Viewfinder. That was a really good one. You could like take a photo, and if you place the photo down, you'd be placing the actual 3D space from the photo into reality. I'll get a clip for you because it's really hard to explain it.
I just remember one, but I don't remember its name, where basically the perspective was part of the game, where if you hold an object, then it's always going. Then the size of an object.
Superliminal.
Superliminal, yeah. Right.
I've played that as well.
That was really good. That's a really good game.
I love these games.
Aliens Rock for the win.
Okay, you should just watch this right now. It's like 1 minute. It's just the trailer, but it explains it explains what I mean.
I don't know if
I'll
I
put
can
this in the
watch it on
stream
stream,
chat
but
as well.
I'll try. But game trailers. There is a whole. Oh, I guess I can. An image. How did they even make that? No way! Whoa, 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 whoa!
And
Hold on.
they explore this concept to its limit in the game. It's so good.
That's
They have some really good puzzles.
how. Wait, hold on. How would you make that? You would need to take. Okay, I can think of one way to make that, but it sounds like I wouldn't want to be the one coding this.
Yeah, I bet it was a nightmare.
Because, I mean, no, I can think of one way you would make that. It's basically the way you implement the camera with transforms, except you're doing it backwards. So basically, you have the scene, right, saved as three-dimensional vectors of points. Then you take the camera transform to add things like perspective and whatnot, and that actually renders the scene. Then when you take the image, you take the transform, you get all the points that were in frame, and then you take these points. Actually, no, you take the vectors and then you apply it again. That's really cool, I gotta say.
It's a really good game. I strongly recommend it. And yeah, they just used it for a bunch of puzzles, and there's some perspective gimmicks and things.
These guys are always outstanding. I absolutely adore them. Like, okay, no, this is wild. This is really wild. So seamless, that's amazing. Cutting geometry like this in a game is not easy. This is a boolean, basically. At least in Blender, it's a boolean, and it's, let's just say, computationally expensive, and so doing it in a game in which you have to render it in real time, that does look really cool. Oh my, I might buy this. I don't know how expensive it is, but I might buy it.
It was really cheap, but I might have got it on a discount.
I'm gonna wait for a discount. I'm cheap. I'm cheap too.
I'll show you the one I was playing a couple days ago as well, because the one I was playing, it was a bit the gimmick was simpler, but the whole like way it works really stretches the limits of your brain. Like, yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around the way the world works in the game. I'll just send you the trailer for this. I'll put it in stream chat.
There is one game, which I suppose it could count as one of these odd games, that I've never gotten into, never even tried getting into the rules, and I just like the concept of what the rules would even look like. 4D chess. I don't understand how 4D chess could be 4D. I really like. I really don't understand how chess could be 4D. We don't even have 3D chess. What's the 4D part? Every single time I've seen any gameplay from it, it just looks okay. Yeah, FPS chess, I guess. But every single time I've seen any gameplay from 4D chess, it just looks like chess with time. I mean, time as in another time, as in second temporal dimension or something. I guess that would fit in 4D chess.
Yeah.
Manifold.
I think the way I've seen it works is you can, like, the pieces can move in, like, normally, but they can also move through other boards in the same plane. Because you imagine the board gets, like, expanded into a cube.
That's 3D chess.
The cube gets expanded.
That's a cube. That's
well,
3D
yeah,
chess.
but then they also do it so you can, like, move back in the same timeline or something. It's a bit weird.
That's 3D chess.
I feel like if I sat down for like 30 minutes, I could get it, but it's a lot of like time.
Ah, pun intended. I hope. Oh, the style is really nice for the manifold. Like it.
Yeah, the art style and it's a really pretty game.
Really lovely.
Half of it feels like an acid trip. This trailer isn't doing it justice, I feel like.
There are only three kinds of games: games that feel like an acid trip, games that are good for an acid trip, and a failures.
I feel like the trailer isn't like emphasizing enough of
I mean, I can
way
get
the
what it
game
is
works.
because I'm assuming all these things in the background are just the same map that you can go
It's
to.
the same map, yeah, and the key thing it doesn't show you in the game in the trailer is you can change gravity to face any cardinal direction.
Oh, I see.
So there are 6 different ways gravity can be facing, and you can use that for the puzzles, right? And flip the map inside out, upside down.
You know what
everything.
annoys me? You know what game I need? I desperately need. I need a game with Outer Wilds space travel that isn't a low game that that you can actually play over and over again. I love,
Isn't there a
absolutely
game?
love the mechanic of flying the spaceship from Outer Wilds. It's like
I've heard of a game called Kerbal Space Program. I don't know if that's
no, unfortunately, it's not. No, what I need is I really want a game in which you have planets with gravity, and yet in space there is no gravity. You can rotate all any way you want. You're flying. The momentum is conserved. All of that stuff. I absolutely love it. At this point, like 5 times a day, I just open Outer Wilds to land on the sand station and then close it right after, because that's the only thing I can do in Outer Wilds. Actually, using this mechanic, I absolutely love it.
I do see the Steam notifications pop up sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is he on Outer Wilds?
Yeah, I'm just opening the game, landing on the sun. At this point, my record is I've been on the sun station when it's last 10 minutes and 15 seconds till it disappears. That's because that's all I can do. KSP is a banger. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program is good, but Kerbal Space Program is more like NASA kind of space travel, not the futuristic have your own spaceship kind of space travel. I think we strayed away from spectroscopy, to be honest. That's bound to
I
happen.
mean, we can go back to spectroscopy if you want.
Yeah, we can.
It's so the whole thing I'm actually looking at with my instrument is it's called excited state dynamics.
Dynamics as in movement of molecules, or some annoying like chemical.
Dynamics as in
kind
you
of
know that
dynamics.
3D map of the transition state stuff I showed you a couple weeks ago,
Yep.
where it was like the higher energy was the higher points in the 3D map.
Mhm.
This is like that, except instead of it being a transition state, it's an excited state. And so the molecule, once you excite it, there are different parameters that can change, but it essentially rolls down this 3D map, which will be a complex thing, to get back to a ground state. I can get a picture. I think I've shown you a picture from the lecture.
I wanna hear the strangest thing Flame ever learned about. I think is it going to be a Flame? The strangest thing you learned about, is it going to be like a specific nerd chemistry thing, or is it going to be like a shocking fun fact?
Strangest thing. That's
a good
I'm
one,
not
isn't
sure.
it?
Like, I feel like quantum mechanics is just really strange. Like all the lectures I've had are just like, I'm like, how does this even make sense?
The randomness.
Like you sit there, like this isn't reality, but
Like,
it
okay,
perfectly describes how all this stuff
Bell
behaves.
theorem in quantum mechanics, or rather the randomness of it, is something that no one truly believes the first time they hear about it, because it's like, that can be. We surely just don't know something. It's the same thing as with relativity, velocity or speed is always constant. It's, I mean, not constantly always relative. It's the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, we've reached the point with science where a lot of this stuff that we're like learning and using doesn't fit with how our brains are built to perceive the world.
That's actually, oh
And we
yeah,
have to just
there's
yeah.
actually a video I want to make about chemistry, the advanced chemistry, is that advanced chemistry, or rather theoretical advanced chemistry, isn't actually as difficult as people think. It's just that the rules in the quantum, on the quantum scales, are way different. So classical mechanics seems much simpler than quantum mechanics, but it's actually the other way around. Quantum mechanics is much simpler than classical. We're just built to understand classical mechanics. Like, we all know that if we take an object, throw it up, it's going to fall down. We all know that in an instinctive, like, we are all aware. We don't need to be taught this. But at the same time, the fact that we take an object, we throw it up, it comes down, that's an extremely complex thing, extremely complex behavior. In reality, the simplest behavior for that object would be to just keep going up. And that is what happens in the quantum scale. If you take an object, you chuck it in some direction, it will just keep going in that direction. Because gravity is wacky in the quantum realm.
Gravity's a weird thing that's still trying to actually figure out.
Actually, I don't like the fact that when it comes to fundamental interactions, I don't like the fact that gravity is there. I get why gravity is there, but I don't like it. Because gravity is clearly so
Yeah, it doesn't make any
different.
sense with anything else.
Yeah, like electromagnetism, weak force, and strong force, I get it. That's basically atoms. Electromagnetism, weak force, and strong force is basically like, yeah, atoms do stuff. It's basically what they are saying. And then you just chuck in gravity, and gravity is like, yeah, space and time just is funky, wavy.
Yeah. Gravity is just such a weird thing considering how weak it is compared to everything else. Like the fact that you have this one force, well, it's not a force, but one thing among all the other forces that's like insanely weak in comparison.
Yeah, when it comes to the atoms, like electromagnetism, of course. I don't really, wait, is electromagnetism the strongest, or is the strong force the strongest?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think
particle physics.
I think on the atomic scale, electromagnetism was the strongest. You have the strong force, which obviously won't quarks be be their own thing. Weak force, which is actually weak. But so weak force also feels a bit odd. Weak force is because it's a bit more. It feels like strong force, except more abstract. I get that is a different thing, but it just still feels weird. And then you have gravity, which is basically non-existent. It's also so funny how many things we have where we understand how it works with the simplest parts possible. We understand it how it works as a whole, but we don't have any idea on how it works in between. So with atoms, for example, gravity just appears, not really out of nowhere, but classical mechanics, gravity, it's easy, we got plenty of theories for it. Quantum gravity, no clue, maybe strings. Brain is another thing, single neuron.
Aren't they looking at gravitons now as like the way gravity?
Oh no, gravitons were, I'm pretty certain gravitons were before relativity, if I don't remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
Because that was quantum theory. Oh, maybe parallel to relativity. I think gravitons were created parallel to relativity, but then when relativity became mainstream, then gravitons were dropped. Because I'm pretty certain gravitons actually are the only carrier particles which we know don't exist. Let me double check myself on that. Carrier particles. And photons are the only ones we do know for a fact exist. That's once again, if I don't know correctly, particle physics, yeah. Force carrier for the song C, not the song. Quanta. Graviton, maybe? Graviton. Perfect fundamental has been to be impossible with any physically reasonable detector. There's extremely low cross section. Where's Remco when you need him? Remco could just been here the entire last minute and left, right when we need him.
I can ping him. Although isn't
no,
he...
Remco is always here. I'm just joshing. Oh, there's Remco. Remco, are gravitons a thing, or were they like dropped? Did they in the in the modern physics DLC are gravitons they expand on it, or
The modern DLC, the latest update.
yeah, because not experimentally found. Yes, okay, then I was wrong. Then they're just uncertain. I thought there was something in quantum mechanics. I don't know where I
Are
found.
they
I found
still
it somewhere.
looking for them, Remco? Like, is it a very active like area of physics right now? Particle physics. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I had in mind. I wasn't sure if that was right.
Yeah, but the problem is there is relativity as an alternative, and that is a pretty big issue. The beef of gravity is insane. The fact that we have this thing. Someone previously on stream was joking about how, like everyone was aware that things were falling, but only Newton was the first one to ask what is gravity. We have thousands of years to figure this out, but then only Newton was bold enough to ask the question. But like, even up to this day, we don't really know what gravity. It's clearly different. It's clearly way different. With things like electromagnetism, we can just say, yeah, it's just the way things are and be done. But gravity, oh, the experiment that was very recent, it's also an extremely modern thing. The recent experiment with gravitational waves, which is, well, on definitely would be on the list of top 10 biggest waste of money if it didn't work. At this point, advanced physics or advanced science in any way is just such an extreme gamble because you need an insane amount of investment to just set up an experiment. And then that experiment could either be like, yeah, that happens, or, well, at the point of experiments that it could fail. I mean, not fail, only give you a negative.
I mean, yeah, it depends.
That's the point of the experiment.
Because things like PhD projects and things, they're not things that can really go wrong. Like you just do the project, but because you've picked something that can't go wrong, it's only a very small advancement in the field.
There's absolutely roasting all of these doctors.
Well, no, I want to do a PhD. I'm trying to pick one to do right now.
Oh,
I've got to apply within the next kind of few weeks.
Any ideas?
So I'm looking for something that kind of sits between inorganic and physical chemistry, right? I could do something similar to what I'm doing now, but I feel like it would make me feel too much like not a chemist. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I was having a lot of fun over the summer just making stuff and like mixing things together and making pretty samples. And it's like I kind of want to do a bit of that still, but I do really like the whole physicsy side of things.
Too much science, not enough alchemy. I get it.
Yeah, like yeah, I need all the wizard powers,
Yeah, the blasting of space rocks with lasers and whatnot.
Yeah. So I'm looking at a few areas. I think the one I'm most kind of attracted to is some parts of like solid state chemistry, which is essentially crystals and things.
To be fair, like if it is just a PhD thing, I know I'm trivializing here, but you could just do the PhD thing to get that sweet PhD title. The flex.
Well,
on
that's
the
the thing.
peasants.
It's like 3 or 4 years of really intense research, and it has to be something you like. Otherwise, you're not
I
going to
suppose
make it
that's
through
true.
that.
First of all, you can always make it. Second of all, I'm sorry, I cannot. Listening to music, I already mentioned, and movies is an absolute pain because they say make it all the time. It just drives me mad. Well, if you're ever in need of a Watson to give you that aha moment when trying to figure out what to do for a PhD project, then I'm available.
Well, the thing is, they post these projects on like websites and things.
Oh, I had no
And
idea it was a thing.
you then
Okay.
have to like pick them.
That's actually so much better then.
It is, but at the same time, it's
At the same
it's
time,
still hard to choose. You know.
I mean, I get it. It is a huge commitment, so obviously
Yeah.
it would be hard to choose.
I mean, I'm quite interested in some of this stuff with. Have you heard of photovoltaics?
Once or twice, maybe.
It basically just means solar
I
panels.
know what photovoltaics are.
Okay.
I also count myself lucky enough to know how they work, which isn't as trivial as people may think.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know how they work.
I know how
I
they
was gonna
work.
read about it if I
The
applied for any of
only
these.
reason why I know how they work is because of my unreleased electricity video. Is because in that video, about like hour and a half into it, I've laid out all the background required to understand how photovoltaics work. It's actually not as I mean, it is pretty simple. You just need the background of it all.
Mm.
An hour? Yeah, I'm only an hour into that video. It's gonna be way longer than that. It's really curious. I start with chemical approach to electricity, then I go into a physical, then I go into engineering one. Because the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, photovoltaics are just N-type and P-type. Like, as in, the most oversimplified model of them is just N-type and P-type semiconductor. And then it's all about photons creating the holes. Wait, was I creating holes? Holes in free electrons, and then them going back to recombine, which creates flow of electricity. If I do remember correctly. I know if you meant like understanding photovoltaics in some advanced chemistry way where you were blasting, I don't even know, some advanced chemistry and you consider this simple, or if this is what you meant. But photovoltaics are cool. They really are. Electricity.
I mean, I actually haven't ever learned how they work.
Electrochemistry.
If I were to apply to any of these, I'd have to do a bunch of reading before my interview, but it's something I find quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, electrochemistry in general is, I find it really, really fun. Like how you like light in chemistry, I really like. I guess that's the same thing, actually. Electricity and light. I take that back.
That's the thing. I'm actually not big on electrochemistry, but I'm a really big fan of photochemistry.
Actually, why are you okay? Why haven't you never gotten? Is it like just because you never cared enough about it, or is there something actively upsetting you about electrochemistry?
I just
Spill the
never
tea.
really cared about it. Like there was never anything super intriguing about it to me. Like it felt like there were a bunch of like relationships to remember with equations,
I see.
that kind of put me off.
Yeah. So for example,
there wasn't as much like cool conceptual understanding to be had in the area.
Wait.
It was more just like remember these equations.
Wait, when do you have to pick?
I mean, I could apply to some like today if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay, when you planning
some of
to
them,
pick?
I think some of the earliest deadlines are like in a month,
I could make the electricity
but
video in a month.
the later ones could be like in a few months.
Because this is a rare example where I could actually. That would be the first. That would be the first where I could actually help someone I consider an expert. I've been talking about that video for such a long time. Just refuse to release it. I'm not joking, by the way. Hold on, let me. I need to give you all some proof that I'm not just talking about nothing, wasting everyone's time. Getting hopes up for no good reason.
I can send you some of the. I can show you some of the projects I've like saved that I was looking at.
That would be cool.
Let me. It would be quite interesting to send these to you and see which ones you find interesting.
That would put a lot of pressure on me.
Well, no, as in, like, I'm not going to base my entire decision on what
Yeah,
you
I
say,
know.
but I'm curious to see what you say.
That would basically be like. I mean, I know you're not gonna pick it based on what I say. That would be basically like flipping a coin. Roll the dice. Literally.
I'll just start sending these to you, and
This is how far I am currently with the video. It's 35 minutes that I recorded, but I have scripted over an hour. I still have plenty. It's pretty fun. I'll show you one random frame. There we go. That's the one random frame I can show from that video. Is this what you mean by equations, by the way, or do you mean the even more complex ones? Because in this actually, funny enough, for these equations, I have actually oversimplified them to remove the unnecessary integrals, which very much.
I mean, I never found it like difficult with the equations. It was more just that
boring.
It didn't ever feel like there were
boring.
interesting concepts. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I like the challenge of having to like understand what the hell orbitals are doing and how light is messing around with the electron. You know.
I mean, to be fair, it's not. The understanding of it's not that, because it is just that the fact that it's a carrier particle. At the end of the day, that's what it all boils down to. There isn't really. I mean, okay, there is more obviously, but concept-wise, that is kind of it.
Yeah.
Risky. I'm wondering, make it stream just like doing course, but no random information like written exam other videos.
Do you want to start looking at these things I'm sending? By the way,
Can I
really
on stream? I
curious
thought on stream. I thought
you can open them on stream if you want. It's these are on like a public website. You can just look at them.
Let's see. I just thought I shouldn't open them on stream just in case you were to pick one of them. So I don't know.
I mean, anyone can see these.
All right.
And this is also like not all of them have been released yet. Like they're kind of starting to release them now.
Okay.
There are probably way more that are going to come out.
Low valent group 1 metal complexes synthesis structures reactivity.
That's very much. I love that one. Is very much like fundamental inorganic chemistry.
I love the selling. The the selling of the project. Interested in synthetic organometallic chemistry, sustainable catalysts, and energy storage? This is a great opportunity to create a new horizon for the most common yet poorly understood metals. Group 1 metals. Lithium, sodium, potassium, rubidium, cesium, if I do remember correctly, maybe. We are looking for an enthusiastic 3.5-year PhD student to join the early group to push the Group 1... Okay, to be fair, Group 1 metals, obviously they're cool. I mean, if you had to pick a group, Group 1, come on, don't be ridiculous. Okay, in this case, I'm half joking. I mean, sodium, lithium, potassium, everyone loves them. And cesium, I guess. Rubidium, no one cares. No one cares about rubidium. Unambiguous in our everyday life, obviously. Yeah, manufacturing, the machine of the what? Then plasma on oxidation state. You were just asking about throwing first low. Sudden destruction and reactivity catalyst. Okay, so if I am understanding this correctly, I'm not gonna.
Your mic is kind of cutting off slightly.
Is it?
I don't know if it's noise suppression or.
I could just turn it off, actually. Oh, it's already off. Never mind then. I guess I can turn it on, but I don't think that will help.
It might be sensitivity, I don't know.
Hold on.
I only noticed it in the VC.
Voice and video and voice activity. Don't determine it automatically. There we go. Push the bad boy more to the left. Now, is it better?
I think so. I'll be able to tell over a couple of minutes.
Alright, so I'll just keep talking for... Definitely just to provide you with more information.
I mean, you can just talk normally. Like, I'll tell you if there's a problem.
Oh, no, I love talking, so don't worry. Me talking normally will. Yeah. Okay, so this is a reactivity of Group 1. I mean, okay, this one certainly is very alchemy. Not as in mystical, only, when it comes to the spectrum of alchemy to theoretical, this one feels to be more in the alchemy direction. And honestly,
so the thing that drew me to this one more than like some other synthesis ones was that this one is very like fundamental inorganic. Like the goal is to understand more about some specific elements and nothing else. Like you're not making new molecules to do a certain thing. You're actually just making stuff to understand stuff better and to like push the limits. That was what was appealing to me.
I by the way, absolutely love right here the difference of opinions. Like this will be the contrast between a complete newbie in the field of chemistry versus an expert Chad, like what's so appealing about the project? Two completely different perspectives. Hey Megan, I have a project about standing waves. Do you know anything about that? Standing waves. I know about waves, I know about standing waves. What? I've never heard of standing waves, I'll be. Or maybe I have
Standing
heard on
waves are
different wave.
when I'll draw it on the whiteboard thing.
Alright.
How do I got to delete everything. So if you have a wave that's oscillating, if it's oscillating, so say it hits an edge here, it bounces back. If the oscillation is perfectly lined up like this, it's called a standing wave because these nodes they stay in one place. So what happens is you'll see, so these blue bits, where these blue regions are, you'll see this kind of get wider and smaller.
Oh, I see. Okay, I know what it is.
So, it will be wobbling up and down here, but right here, there's no movement. And so you could just call it a standing wave.
So, an example, I can do it in Blender, but there is a solid chance I might
Is it
crash
fixed
my entire...
endpoints? Yeah, okay.
There's a solid chance I might crash my entire PC if I do it in Blender. So I won't do it in Blender, I take that back. Oh, I see.
Then I looked at waves was years ago, so...
That's well, I know about waves then, Blinks, to answer your question. I don't know about standing waves. Wish I could help. Unfortunately, I am not as clever as I'm not clever, I just play a clever guy on TV. Oh, so the reason... Okay, so in my chemistry newbie perspective, this seems really cool because first of all, it's alchemy, and second of all, energy storage. So... That's both. I know if all of them have...
I mean, that they've thrown that in there as like applications.
I mean, yeah, but that would certainly be an application.
It's not what you're actually going to be doing. It's like this will very much just be.
I mean, I know, but in this case, energy storage
useful.
with group 1 metals certainly sounds like something that understanding group 1 metals will be used for. So I don't know if all of them have so much potential for being useful, but this is the first one we're going for, but that's the two. Scale from this is fine to this is the way, the Philosopher's Stone. How close to alchemy is it? I mean, no, alchemy, I don't mean like alchemy is mystical. I mean alchemy, how much of the fun mixing together different colored liquids you're doing in comparison to how much simulations, I suppose. Alright. Optimizing delivery of light into electron paramagnetic resonance samples. Boy, oh boy. Okay, electron paramagnetic resonance is a magnetic resonance method can be used to study
if I just remind you, like many months ago when I had to give a presentation, and I showed you the presentation.
Yep.
That was electron paramagnetic resonance.
Oh, and then you told me what paramagnetic means.
Yeah.
That's what. Oh, okay. Measures in one pair direction generated by exposure light. Many chemical biochemical. Okay, so this feels like. All right, so far, if I had to pick like a topic, like a flame topic, I mean, obviously, obviously. However, matter cooperates mechanism reactions. This one just seems a bit. Maybe just to me, but it seems a bit boring, isn't it?
It feels like they don't talk enough about what you'll actually do.
Yeah, this one feels just like measuring. That's basically all I'm getting from it, just measuring.
So the thing, all they really say about the project is that you're applying this illumination stuff to more complex experiments. So that's what you're doing. But that's all they say. They don't say anything else. They do say part of it involves also doing like placement work with a company. And this company is called Brooker. It's like a massive company in chemistry. Like any like EPR machines and a bunch of stuff they've built. It's always a Brooker like instrument.
Okay, so this basically just seems like a winner, if not for the fact that it will be. There's I'm trying to think of a way to word exactly what my problem with this is. It doesn't feel interesting. That's like
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't feel deep enough. Like it feels like they've said what you're doing one thing and that's it.
yeah, this feels
But
like
I think the key to it is there's a specific sentence which is like your. Let me have a look. It's like so. This project aims to apply similar novel illumination methodology to more complex and time-resolved EPR experiments, including pulse EPR methods and new developed blah blah blah. So it basically just says you're going to be doing new experiments that are more advanced than have been done before using this new method. And that could be interesting, but it depends on what that actually means.
Pose a theory. What is the company you mentioned?
Brooker.
Okay. I don't know. I need to visualize the word for me because otherwise I won't be.
Bruker.
Brooker. Okay, I see. It feels
it should
like
say it somewhere in here.
Okay, so Brooker. Okay. Collaboration with industrial. It just feels like this is a project that's meant to find new uses for technology in order to get other researchers to use that technology. That's what it feels like.
I get what you mean.
Yeah. Okay, I am biased. I am biased because I'm so fucking tired of corporate work, but I am biased. But this certainly seems a bit boring. Lithium corrosion behavior of RAM steels for tritium breeders, blankets, infusion energy production. Okay,
this one was just such a wild one. I was like, I have to say this.
Out of all three, I gotta say, this is the wildest title.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. The production of vast amount of nuclear fusion energy in tokamak and compact spherical reactor designs as a replica of nuclear reaction in the sun rely on deuterium tritium reactions at the whole DT plasma confinement using intense superconducting magnets. Tritium is an unstable hydrogen isotope which varies in nature. Therefore, for sustainability of the fuel, like in the future power plant, tritium is planned to be generated using trinket backward module. Oh, because the plasma fuel when the reaction is high energy. Plasma. Okay. Okay. I'm going to discount this. Okay, I might be a big fan of this one. I'm going to discount this kind of VM components. Okay, if you skip over the wild title, this is actually the goal in this one is pretty cool. Standard frontier candidates due to the resistance to radiation induce void swelling, reduce radiation activity, high temperature mechanical strength together the high temperature conductivity, low temperature. Operate in normal conditions. Well, okay, I'm torn of this one. Because on one hand, the thing that this project is trying to do is the coolest out of the three.
Yeah.
No question. Yeah, it's not even close. However, this one feels even less interesting than the previous one.
That's the thing. It feels like what you're doing is you're just gonna like corrode some materials and see what it does. You know, like
yeah, with this one, it's clearly like about the end result, not about the friends we made along the way.
Well, I mean, yeah, because it is specifically for a purpose. Like it's specifically to use a material in a context.
Yeah, in this case, I don't know how interesting the research itself would be.
I mean, they do say that the research involves you're like shooting a proton beam at these materials to then see how that changes the chemistry and composition.
At the same time, I'm not the biggest fan of the research with like, we have this thing, we just want to see. Okay, how am I supposed to put this? We have this
to optimize it,
or no, we have this thing, and I don't know. Hold on, give me a second. I'm thinking really hard. Right, my brain is really tired.
You mean like finding a use for a discovery?
Yeah, either finding a use for a discovery or just seeing
if something can be applied a certain way.
I'm not gonna lie, it's not helping. It's just making me feel like an idiot. I'm a smart boy. You know what? No, I give up on the thought I was trying to create. Let's just say that my brain's short-circuited. I'm just keep going. So far, if I had to rank them in my own biased way, this would be first, this would be second, this would be third. Now for the fourth.
I can't. Okay, you're ranking them like that. Okay, okay.
Yeah, first, second, third, now fourth. Peptide control growth for photoactive lead halide, perovskite materials for solar and photodetector. I'm gonna be
Perovskite
honest.
is a type of crystal structure.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this means. For the previous
Okay.
3, I got it. No idea.
Yeah. Okay, so do you know what a peptide is?
No.
Do you know
I
what a
heard of
protein
it, though.
is?
Yes.
Can you picture a protein molecule?
Maybe. Let's say yes.
Can you, okay, what is a protein molecule to you?
Protein. Okay. Wait. Peptide. Does that have anything to do with pepto?
I don't know. I need to see what pepto actually means.
Yes. Yeah. Biorem code. Then. Oh yeah. On the way out, you're just gonna say by the. Just okay. Fine. whatever.
Pepto-Bismol. I don't think it has any relation to Pepto-Bismol.
Okay. So peptide is gonna be just like. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, give up on explaining what a peptide is. Let's move on. I get now what a peptide is. It's it's something in biochemistry. That's
Well,
it.
that's really
enough.
reducing it down.
Yeah,
right?
that's enough for me. Something in
Okay, no, okay.
biochemistry.
So the thing is that this is still chemistry.
Oh, I know.
A protein molecule is a long chain. It's almost like a polymer. It's like a long chain of amino acids, which are like small molecules that have the same base but a different thing attached on the end. And these bases at the bottom of the amino acid can all stick. They can stick in a chain.
Mm-hmm.
So you end up with all these amino acids joined together at the bases, and that makes a long chain, and that's called a protein, because the chain will then fold in a certain way to make a specific shape that does a certain function. So that's a protein. And a peptide is basically just a really small chain of amino acids. So it's technically a protein, but it's not really,
Little
because
protein.
it doesn't fold or anything. It's just a small chain of amino acids.
Little protein with an asterisk attached.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
I don't.
You could call it biochemistry, but it's kind of, there's not really any bio involved, except that like peptides are from biochemistry.
I'm gonna be honest. This is already is tough for me because this materials for solar and photodetector applications. I'll be honest. Solar and photodetector. I have no. Well, okay. I have one idea on how this could affect it, but I'm just gonna read it. Lee has shown tremendous promise for materials of no flags, extremely high efficiencies, low cost manufacture, better application, limited in stability. We've recently shown that polymer gel additives can enhance the stability of. Furthermore, these peptides offers a potentially sustainable route to synthesis of materials. Peptides can be use stable crystal growth and. I no. For this one, I will even refuse to form an opinion because I just do not know. Like
You
with
just don't
other
know.
ones,
So
I feel
I find it so random that they're using peptides to grow
it's
crystals. I'm
this
like,
is-
how does that make any sense?
like if this is you mean something crystal, right?
Yes,
Peptide, crystal, and solar feels like such a specific combination.
well, okay, no, crystal and solar is a common combination because
But not in
crystals
the
are
peptide.
materials.
Not the.
Yeah, not with the peptide.
Not with the peptide. This
is
is-
a random thing.
This is such a. This is wild. Yeah, with this one I don't have any. Oh wait, ceramics. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
When chemists start talking about ceramics, that's not the nice kind of ceramics. That's the terrifying kind of ceramics. Okay, with this one, I refuse simply because. Here's the thing. Remember when I said I know how photovoltaics work?
Yep.
I meant like I know how photovoltaics work, as in from the perspective of electroengineering and physics and electrochemistry, I know how they work. This, however, this is like I don't think what this is advanced chemistry. It's not an advanced electrochemistry. This is just advanced chemistry. It's so advanced. I don't even know what bucket to put it into. I pass. But with all the three smarts,
Okay,
this one just
I
pass.
have one counterpoint for you, and I will send it. This is my counterpoint. Those are lead halide nanocrystals.
Okay, I see.
Perovskite nanocrystals.
See what I meant with cesium, by the way? Absolute winner.
I know, it's just thrown in there. I don't know what it's doing in there.
Okay, alright, so with that one, I'm not even going to attempt. It's too advanced for me. But with these
Okay.
three...
I mean, I've got more, by the way. Like,
Oh, you
I was
do?
just sending you some of the, like...
go for it then. What am I
random
gonna do? A
ones.
top list of 3? That's not
I mean-
clickbaity.
I basically just saved a bunch, and most of these I probably wasn't going to apply to anyway, but I'm just saving them for the sake of looking at them. There is one. This one I absolutely love, but I think, I mean, you'll see. It says start date is February 2025, which means it's not one I can apply to. But this is one I would 100% apply to.
Let me see. Okay. Synthesis and discovery of next generation that's such a silly name. Metal oxides. Is 23,000 pounds. What's a scintillator metal oxide?
It's a material that I think when you excite it with an electron, it releases light.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, that's actually awesome. Why is it called a scintillator?
I don't know. Let's see the etymology.
Bizarre, absolutely bizarre name.
You know the time of flight detector thing I had a
Yeah.
picture of? A component in that is a scintillator. Because what happens is the particles hit the front of the detector, they bounce around, produce a bunch of electrons. The electrons hit the scintillator, which then releases light, and then the
Is
light
that
gets
why
scaled up, and you have your
Spectroscopy. Spectrometry?
spectrometry.
Oh, second try the charm. Is that why it's spectrometry?
Yeah,
because
that's
the
the
li-
mass spectrometry, yeah.
I see. Oh, it's almost as if it makes sense. We found studentship to a
The
highly
initial
motivated
spark of
candidate.
the verb scintillate was the Latin noun scintilla, meaning spark.
Spark in Italian. I see. Still a very silly name. One of the silliest name I've ever seen in science. I love this start, by the way. UCL Chemistry Department is offering a fully funded studentship to a highly motivated candidate to start in October 2024.
Yeah, so the only problem with this is it's a project that's for people who want to like apply now and get it for February 2025.
Wait, what's the problem with that?
The problem is I graduate in June 2025. So I can't do this because I won't have graduated.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how
But
the education
I'm still
I'm
going to
I'm the
email
guy
this
who-
guy.
Yep.
I'm still going to email him and see what he has for next year.
This method is discovery and development using more sustainable, scalable, and reliable methods. Tested brokers, lab research in organic material synthesis. I can see why you would pick this, because this is just
Yeah.
the best of all worlds for you. Just
And the funny thing is, I'd already seen this guy's research and had him on my mind before I found this this thing on here. And I was like, wow, this looks really good. Who's the supervisor? Oh, of course.
scintillator based emerging using both X-ray and nutrients are improved resolution. I mean, obviously, it's more okay. This is really cool. There's also synthesis, which finding a bit of alchemy. I am really curious to see how this would actually work. Oh, Remco is still around. Whenever in need of a physical explanation, Remco will be there, even if Remco left. Well, I gotta say, I mean, okay, my heart is with this one simply because it's a Group 1 medals, alright? Like, if you picture an element...
Yeah, the problem is there's nothing like physical chemistry
Yeah,
going on
I
with
get it. I get it,
but it is still really cool.
It's Group 1 medals, so like, if you had to picture an element wearing sunglasses, it would be Group 1. It's...
Well, this is a fun one. Actually, I'll send you this one as well.
Haha, the name, lightning and chemical origin of life. Whoa. Okay, when it comes to just the titles, it's a winner. I don't even want to read on. I want to leave it at lightning and the chemical origin of life.
It's really funny with this one because they've put like every single type of chemistry in the like the category boxes.
What are the early steps?
Analytical, environmental, geo, inorganic, organic, physical, polymer, synthetic. Like they put everything in there.
There's a chemical origin of life. Prior to existence of complex organic works in biology, because I found materials carrying in species good. So then we're gonna get okay. Test the Frankenstein scenario experimentally, simulating lightning strikes under a prebiotic Earth-like environment on the bench top. Literally Frankenstein's monster. Oh, I love. Okay, listen. Join just for the. Oh yeah.
I mean, the problem is this one's in Australia, but like, it could be worth it.
Oh, what's the name of the person in the person that's starting the project? What's it called? Supervisor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I would just join just for the supervisor. If they made a description like this, they won in my heart. Yeah. Calling this the Frankenstein scenario, I love it. We explore reaction pathways uniquely enabled by plasma radical chemistry. Was the role of reactive? So this is basically. Oh, this is awesome! Like, I don't think this research will give anything. I don't think there will be any results. If I'm to be honest.
What do you mean?
It seems just extremely. Like, the origin of life there are so many theories there. So any one theory is always going to be extremely unlikely. But how freaking cool that is.
Well, it's more that like they know certain like molecules that were on Earth before life existed. And so using like lightning and certain, there will be a bit of organic chemistry involved.
I mean, I may be wrong, but I do believe that the problem with life is the fact that it's like the universe is too young for life. I do remember.
I mean, this is the whole question about the Fermi paradox.
Yeah, so right here, the life forming on Earth, that's just what makes it even more unlikely.
Yeah, but this is figuring out what actually could have helped cause it to form. So it's like if it turns out that lightning was causing more complex molecules to occur.
For a second, I forgot lightning isn't an exclusive phenomenon to Earth. I forgot that it's like, it's not just us that have lightning.
Because, I mean, ultimately, the only direction for, like, this to inform, like, the only area of research that this would contribute to is research in trying to find extraterrestrial life. Because if this research finds that, like, certain reactions can occur under certain conditions that would lead to life, then we can look for those conditions on other planets.
Oh, not only look for those conditions on the planet, I would just shine some light on life in general. I gotta say, okay, I'll be honest. This is the exact polar opposite of... Wait, where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, this is the exact polar opposite of this one. The tokamak one. On one right
is like,
here,
we have a
we have like a
that we want to
clear
optimize
thing.
this specific thing for.
Yeah,
right?
we have a tokamak, we have a problem with tritium. This would help with that problem.
Yeah.
Like extremely direct. Whilst the other one is like, what about lightning when it comes to
Yeah, this
life?
is like, oh, let's find out more
Hey,
about this.
hey, remember that guy Frankenstein? What if light was like that, where it got struck by lightning? What will happen? Let's see.
It does seem a lot more in the spirit of science, doesn't it?
It
Just
really
like
is.
just trying out stuff to see what the hell happens.
Like at this point, you know how AI, there's like math problem solving AI where it's divided into two different programs. One of them, which is an algorithm, which is just used for solving stuff, and the other one is just a creative AI that his only goal is like just throw shit against the wall for the algorithm. And have you ever heard of the math solving AIs?
Can you repeat that whole sentence?
Okay, so like there are some math solving AIs for when, why am I doing it here? We have Discord. So like for example, if you have, you know, some sort of problem with lines, right, and you're trying to find, for example, this angle or something, or like I don't know, this angle, then you have two AIs. One of them which is like truly algorithmic, and so when it just sees these two angles, which let's just say they are equal, then it will figure out this angle and, you know, do all of the algorithmic things. And then the other one is purely creative, so it will just add like, oh yeah, now calculate for this angle, now calculate for this angle, now calculate for this angle using theorems. And it's
Okay.
supposed to mimic like left brain, right brain. This feels like it was made by that purely algorithmic one. This is just the creative one hallucinating. That was an extremely long setup for an extremely weak punchline, but I'm gonna take the wins where they are. Because this, I gotta say, I love it. Just for the supervisor.
Yeah, it's just a very like it's just so funny. Like I don't know, it's such a random thing. Like, can you imagine telling someone what you do? You're like, oh yeah, I simulate lightning to see how
You
life could have
see.
emerged on Earth.
Remember life? Well, I'm basically trying to figure out if lightning had anything to do with it. Oh, any evidence if lightning? No, well, I guess we won't know if lightning take a part of it unless we test it and see, huh? It's so random, like without. I just love it. It's amazing. But yeah, I think this one's really cool. I really, this is so cool because this is the kind of research that I wouldn't expect to be for like a PhD. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean the thing with the PhDs is they can't be that risky because like if the experiments just don't work, then you don't have anything to show, right? So I assume there will be specific questions they have that they want to try out and just find out what happens when certain things
Still,
happen.
this feels like so real. Since using rotaxane based ligands.
You need to Google rotaxane.
I know ligands.
It's actually it's such a crazy like
Mechanically interlock molecular architecture because in double strip molecule which is threaded through a microcycle.
It's literally this type of bonding where instead of bonding the things, they just lock them
this is
together.
bonding? That's
technically
insane.
bonding. Yeah, they just,
Oh, that is insane.
you just lock the molecules together so they can't leave.
That is like, okay, no, okay. So like, you know how sometimes, you know how people on the internet really often do the nerd emoji thing, like, actually, this feels like if someone was trying to taunt scientists with bonding, like, you know, oh, is this bond? This is real? This you're telling me?
Yeah.
Counts as bonding?
I'll find. There was this other PhD that was specifically about this whole like locking together thing.
That's ridiculous.
It's called mechanochemistry, which is
I can
such a
tell
funny-
why. Yeah, this is
Okay,
wild.
this one. So this wasn't one I was interested in because it's organic synthesis, but this is like how that works.
synthesis of functional. Okay, this. It's a new method for
And
synthesis.
literally just
I
read it. Like,
don't
it's
even
absolute
know.
Giga Chad, just like, oh yeah, force the molecules together.
Molecules are mechanically bonded if the covalent subcovalent that constrains one separate bond. Such structures have been proposed to reverse application of molecular yeah. In the synthesis remain challenging around Belgium if the use of mechanical force to initiate and control chemical reactions, whereas many advantages of a classical solution phase synthesis, including the ability to conduct reactions at lower temperatures, overcome issues with solubility, as well as something like waste. Mechanical chemistry can now perform a new scalable manufacturing process where really top 10 technologies that will change the world.
It's literally another type of bonding. Just
I cannot even begin to think of how you would synthesize something like this.
I know, it's like, how do you force the molecules to like lock in around
Just
each
force
other?
them in there. I get, okay, like, yeah, I suppose that would be the only way, but just, this is literally like them boxes with different shapes when toddlers are trying to, you know, to fix the right shape, except you're doing it with molecules. That's insanity. Okay, this is basically something that I would. This is actually real. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's real.
No, you made that Wikipedia page. No.
Google mechanochemistry.
Mechanochemistry. I mean, the name is pretty self-explanatory, but it's. No. Chemistry. That's. Oh no. Like if there was a family of different ways to do chemistries in science, this would be like the Harry Potter, the kid that no one talks about, because there's no way. This, like, I don't want to call it chemistry, but at the same time, I don't know what else to call it.
And on that PhD, the last one I sent you, you should click on some of the links they have, like just in it, the mechanochemistry one. Just click on some of the paper links. I mean, you won't have access, but like, I think just the overview, they'll have pictures, and just look at what's going on.
Wait, what's this orange one? Wait, what? Is it like?
No, the orange is the thing that's being catalyzed. I think they're using the green and blue as.
This looks so dumb. I know it's.
I know.
No, this is the dumbest thing.
I saw a quick reaction in there.
I don't know why they have to use colors, because I mean, what else are you gonna do? Oh, this really is so. No, this is like if physicists were trying to do chemistry. That's ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. The first, this. I'm sorry. I am flabbergasted. I don't know what to say.
I think it falls under a branch of chemistry called supramolecular chemistry, which is basically just cursed molecules.
Yeah, okay. Supramolecular once again, but it's ridiculous. This makes me angry. I don't know
Google
why.
Supramolecular chemistry. I'll type it out for you.
I'm guessing. So it's like, I mean, yeah, supramolecular. So it's basically chemistry with how multiple molecules interact.
Yeah.
Because it's a discrete number of molecules, the string of forces responsible for spatial interaction.
I mean, the pictures just say it all, don't they?
No.
It's just such an insane branch of chemistry.
at the same time, this feels like the most important. Okay, so on one hand, this is the dumbest thing in science. because like, I mean, look at this molecule. Just look at it. This is no, that ain't chemistry. But on the other hand, well, this is nanotechnology basically. This is like the equivalent of us doing stuff with gears and worms and whatnot, except with molecules. How do you make this? Genuinely,
Well,
how do you synthesize
I think for this one specifically, they actually just hypothesized quite logically that if you just make these green rings in a sample of the blue stuff, and there's enough of both,
they'll
then
eventually
by pure chance you'll make some of these.
Of course, that's how it's gonna. Yeah, of course, that's how
it's
it is.
insane.
If you have enough strings and enough rings, eventually some of them are going. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say at this point. When did they come up with that? When did they?
I think this one was, I think it said 1967. They like reported it.
67. Relied on statistical probability. This is basically the equivalent of saying, I mean, it wouldn't not happen. It's microseconds officer would connect the ring. 6%. I mean, yeah, because it's the dumbest that could possibly. How much? Okay, this is basically
6% yield is crazy.
This was clearly made by a guy who just drank every single liquid he had in his lab, and at this point was like, you know what? Might as well. Why not? I don't even know where to go from here. This is just. And so, like, this is out of the major 4 ways to create molecules.
Well, it's not a major way. No, it's just if you were to list like types of bonding, you could call this a type of bonding, and there aren't many. Types
you
of
shouldn't call it a type of bonding.
I mean, it sticks things together.
This is technically bonding, but the technically is all in capital letters. You could call it a type of bonding, but you very much should not.
I mean, in that PhD thing, they call it a type of bonding.
They are delusional. This is not bonding.
I feel like I should just apply to that PhD one, just out of pure curiosity. Like, what the hell is going on?
This would be. I don't. No, my brain still. Listen. When you described the machine you're working on right now, I got it. I got the basic idea of how it works. With this one, do they really just mix them together and just hope that they mix?
I mean, by pure chance, some of them will.
That's imagine if you did anything else in chemistry this way.
Well, okay, it did say in that Wikipedia page that, like, after that first discovery, they then found ways to optimize it to, like, actually.
Yeah, from
make it
6%.
Yeah.
Starting with a 6% yield and being like, yeah, that's a yield. It's just ridiculous. Imagine if you did, and if, well, I guess something started this way. I guess all chemistry is pure chance, but that's. Okay, but here's the thing. When you're doing chemistry, right, when you have pure chance, then usually this isn't just pure chance. Usually there's probability in there. There's a heavy dose of probability. That's kind of the whole point. The whole transition state you mentioned. The whole point is that there's probability. It is more heavily going one way. With this one, you're just mixing them.
Yeah, the odds are not in your favor.
Yeah, you just hope they get stuck.
You're just defying them anyway. You're like, well, some of them will.
There is nothing like keeping them there except for the molecule that's in the way. That's okay. That's kind of like wondering if you, I know, get helium in a container, how many of them are gonna form rings? Basically. Except if the rings of helium could somehow get stuck on themselves. Pure chance. Honestly, if you put it that way, 6% yield is pretty impressive.
It is quite good, isn't it? Actually, wait. If you look, it said they attached. Okay, so they attached the circle to a solid support, and then ran the blue stuff. So both halves of the blue stuff 70 times, and then chopped it off the support, and that gave a 6% yield. Can you imagine doing the reaction 70 times to get a 6%
6% yield, yeah. I mean, okay, we're laughing at them, but they are basically playing thread the needle in the toughest difficult possible.
I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely based.
Hi there, Exorbitants. Hi there, Weaver Studios. Welcome. You've joined in at the perfect time. We're talking about... Okay, this is the most ridiculous. This is not theory of chemistry. Like, what not theory is to math, Rothexane is to chemistry.
I posted this in a chemistry server, by the way, like an actual server of chemists, and so someone said, in this episode of Engineers Try Different Disciplines, chemistry.
I mean, it really is. It really is that. This is just mechanical engineering, except you got bored of the big boy ward and just went down.
Someone else said that their uni does a lot of it. They made a thing that can bridge two polymers that's a four-membered ring with a peroxide in the middle. So if you yank the polymers hard enough, it breaks and emits light. Like, what?
Okay, you know what? When it comes to supramolecular chemistry, when a supramolecular chemist tells you they've made a polymer chain, it's a whole different meaning. Can bridge the polymers for peroxide in the middle, so if you yank the polymers hand off, it breaks and makes light. Glow stick! You've made a molecular glow stick.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a glow stick, except the chemical is the glow stick.
Except it's a glow stick with a single molecule. But not... Actually, yeah, a single molecule. Except, what is it? I don't even know. I know what to call it. Is it a molecule?
So it's got polymers attached on either side, and obviously polymers are solids, right? Like, if you have enough of the polymer, it's a solid material. So they're saying that if you pull both ends of the molecule, it breaks the middle. Like, that's... I can't get over that. That's actually crazy.
It's insanity. No, the fact that you can make... Hold on, can we not gloss over the fact that they really made a single molecule of a glow stick? At this point, it's bizarre. Okay, you know how you mentioned that with chemistry it's just probability, right? Apparently not in supramolecular chemistry. Over there, you very much don't need probability. You can just make a molecule to do something. It's wild. What's not... Hold on. Another thing I completely skipped over. Okay, I get the naming convention for the molecules. What the heck would the naming convention for this even look like?
I don't know.
Red Book, Blue Book. I'm sorry? You just chuck them...
That name is because that's the first one they ever discovered.
Oh, wait, do you just... No, wait, Imagine creating a naming convention for this. What does self-assembly mean? Adobe define the version without
I think it just means what it sounds like. Like the molecules will just arrange themselves into a certain structure.
They are talking about sticking things into other things and it fits. Yeah, except these things are molecules.
You should definitely make a short just about this supramolecular thing.
It's not going to be. By the way, I might, but it's not going to be a science shot. It's just going to be like.
No, it should
two,
just be like, look at how insane this is that
It's just gonna be
scientists are
like-
actually doing this.
No. It's just going to be like two chemists talking together. Hey, I made that. I made a molecule. Okay, what's the problem with? Well, you see, technically, it's not really bonded, but like the ring is kind of stuck on it. Close enough. Call it rotaxane. Like technically, it's not a molecule, but you know, the ring is stuck. Can't get out. How would you even think of this? Like something you would enjoy. I do kind of want to include it in the when talking about bonding, I do kind of want to include this just to throw people off. I think you know everything, huh?
The thing is, like, actual chemists watching the video wouldn't have heard of this.
Yeah, who has? This is crystalline not like really polymer chain with supramolecular chemistry takes on a completely different meaning. And also with these, where it's just not even like the molecule stuck on them, this is just you made a box, except
I know, it just traps it.
yeah, you just put some atoms in the cage.
But so I did my summer cancer research, and that professor like dipped to a different uni. She's so I was like talking to her over email like a couple days ago, and she's now like doing more stuff like inorganic molecules with bio applications. But she said that she wants to focus on like I think it was polymers to transport them around. So like actual drug transport using polymers. And that is kind of this thing where it actually just contains it and brings it somewhere in the body.
You know what this makes me think of?
And I have like an easy access to that PhD because I did research with her before.
You know what this makes me think of? Like just supramolecular chemistry in general. This makes me think of just like this is just beginning of nanobots. If humans were going to make life happen, this is the discipline. If we're gonna make life happen, we're not gonna do the difficult, you know, like trying to figure out the molecules one by one. No, we're gonna make tiny bots. We're gonna make tiny bots. We're gonna make tiny gears, and it's gonna look dumb. It's gonna look extremely silly. And it's not to say that I don't respect this research. I just wouldn't be able to do it with a straight face because I mean, look at these molecules. This is not something you could see. Seriously, most of these are just like putting stuff in cages.
Yep.
This is just putting a thing in two cages. Oh,
Yeah, a cage
actually,
in a cage.
this is just like the Guinness
I
World
like
Record for the
how
smallest
they named that
pill.
one a gyroscope. Like they actually just unironically called it a gyroscope on the wiki page.
So you basically have a Guinness World Record for the smallest solar system model, Guinness World Record for the smallest pill.
Okay, can you go to the wiki page for that one?
This one?
For the gyroscope.
Oh, is there a wiki page? Or was it just the image?
On the original like
Because I
the
Oh,
super
this is the name, I see.
molecular thing
Yeah.
on that page, yeah. Sorry, the stream's delayed for me, so
yeah, no worries. I'm also pretty slow.
yeah, it's so weird.
URL and this number to one CPN. CB10, CB5 complex in a chloride onion. This is so wild though, because this chloride isn't it a single atom if it's chloride?
Yeah.
That's just a single atom chilling.
Yep.
Like, it's not connected to the rings. It's chilling in there.
Just vibing.
Just vibing. Normally, so you can just trap an
Oh, they
atom.
even say drug delivery, actually. Yeah.
It's still just bizarre. Name me one other place in chemistry where you can just have a single atom chilling somewhere. Nope. How would you?
I mean,
put
it's
that-
actually quite common with you have it's more in biochemistry. They have like structures that will hold a metal atom just somewhere.
like this. That's ridiculous.
Not like this, but they will have like it will have like a few atoms sticking out that will attract the metal, and it will kind of sit comfortably between them. I mean, obvious example being heme. Have you heard of heme?
Heme, no.
It's
I don't know him.
it's what makes your blood red,
Ah, okay, yeah. Then I have
as in hemoglobin.
hemoglobin. I have, yes. I've just never. I don't know. I'm not acquainted enough to actually call
If
him
I just
heme.
show you this picture, oh, it's got rid of the background, but
Yep.
this one, it's technically bonded
see.
to a couple of the nitrogens,
Yeah,
but there are a
in the
lot
middle.
like this where it's actually kind of half a bond for all these connections, and it just kind of sits there. It just chills.
Yeah, but like right here,
But it's being held by chemistry properties. You know, it's not being physically held there. Just
yeah,
just
right here.
because.
It's just stuck. It's not really held. It's just
Yeah.
there is a whole molecule in the way.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing. Just the
Do you want to look at the other PhD I sent?
Yeah,
I've just been
okay.
looking at loads of these. Like,
PhD in construction analysis of nanostructures, energy materials. What are energy materials? Draft essential work on developing new tools for the analysis of total
this one,
scattering.
I think this one already is expired because it says starting in October 2024. But yeah, some of these they're left up on the website and they just forgot to get rid of them.
And oh, this is energy storage. I see.
Yeah.
Performance functional solid state materials and applications for energy production and energy storage. That's what energy materials are. Nanostructure energy materials. Oh, so it's like hyper efficient energy storage, basically.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
I
really
can
cool.
look to see what PhDs have come out today, because they're actually like more and more are coming out now, because it's accelerating. Let's see.
This occasional.
I'm just gonna scroll through until I find something that looks cool.
Alright, I'm gonna in the meantime just do an animation for it to render in the background.
Oh, my uni's released some.
Damn, so I just have to wait like 4 years and then I'll be able to call you doctor. That's pretty cool.
I mean, first I have to apply, and then I have to actually get one, and then I have to actually still do well in my masters, and then I have to actually do a PhD, which is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, all I heard is I'm gonna get a PhD, so we know.
Yeah, Dr. Flame.
Also, the flex, I mean, come on.
Oh, this is another one. I just saw one says supramolecular. This is more biochemistry, but I'm just gonna have a look anyway. Just because we're looking at some supramolecular stuff. Oh, this is so biochemistry. You would hate this.
Okay, the reason why I don't like biochemistry isn't because I don't like biochemistry only, it's because there's a lot of memorizing there.
Yeah,
The
I have
reactions are
a
cool.
biochemist friend, and she's also applying to PhDs right now. And everything she looks at, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna apply for this." I look at it, I'm like, "No thanks. I do not care about that."
Yeah, yeah, because in biochemistry you can't really do biochemistry without memorizing stuff.
Yeah, you have to remember a bunch of cycles and
Because
stuff.
that's kind of the point of biochemistry. It's
Yeah, I mean,
'cause-
it depends on if you want to do more of like remembering things and how everything interconnects,
it's
or
no,
like
it's
understanding and delving into how something works.
yeah, but it's the same as with medicine. It's the same reason, same exact reason. It's just that the systems you really often have to analyze or work with are just so gosh darn complex that you need all of these terms to simplify them, and then you just end up having to learn what all terms mean.
Organic electrochemistry as an enabling technology for synthesis. Does that sound fun to you?
I had
Oh, they didn't even
synthesis.
split it into paragraphs. What the hell is that wall of text? Yeah, I'm not reading that.
Hi, Hadaka, welcome. My memory's garbage. Yeah, memory intensive stuff is difficult.
Yeah, I've never been good at memorizing.
I mean, the thing is, to be fair, people who work with these things don't really love memorizing either, and so that's the thing I noticed with medicine. Medicine is really there are a lot of things to memorize, but it's really easy to memorize them. They
Yeah.
have like a logical naming convention, so I'm assuming the same thing would also be for biochemistry. I just never gotten into it.
It depends with biochemistry because
With
you just
biochemistry,
have a
it just
lot
feels
of
like there's
reactions that are just very random.
yeah, because in biochemistry it just feels like to me like there's just too many things going on.
Yeah.
So, for example, with medicine, you have the human body, which is really complex, but it's a finite thing. But biochemistry feels more like if you had a human body, you also had to analyze the bodies of animals, bodies of fish. I know, throw in some plants for good measure, some fungi, a couple of alien creatures, and then let's keep going. I like just one corner. There we go. I'm a sucker for energy in chemistry, though. Although that might be because recently I just did a lot of things with energy, so that's probably why.
I'm annoyed. There was a course I was going to do last year. So you know my like the way it works in the UK is it's split into modules.
I have absolutely
Like each
no
year
idea.
is split into modules, and each module is like a mini course basically on a certain topic. And so usually you just do a handful a year. And I was going to do this module on energy materials, which I was like, that's sick, you know. But then as it got closer to the year starting last year, we got an email saying, "Oh, actually, we can't offer this module this year. You have to switch to one."
Oh, I
And
think
so I ended up switching to protein engineering.
Oh, didn't you mention that before? Actually, I think.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
I was really annoyed because it seemed like something I would have really benefited from learning.
Yeah, I mean, there's one.
But I guess it was like some professor just couldn't host it or something, didn't have money or not enough people picked it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the PhDs was about energy materials. Yeah. What even are energy materials actually?
Materials that store energy.
Isn't that all of them?
Isn't that what?
Isn't that all of them?
More for like actual energy purposes, like batteries.
Ah, I see. I see. Okay. Like recently,
I'm also really interested. Nanochemistry is a whole thing. I really want to look into.
That's really big, right? Really big chemistry.
It's growing. It's a relatively new area of chemistry. That's
not what cool. I meant at all. Actually, I meant like
you mean the
size of molecule.
Yeah. Nano scale is very big. Yeah, I completely yeah.
It just hit me like those are two completely different. That's the professional versus amateur again. Is it big? Yeah, it's a pretty big field. It's growing. No. I mean like YouTube big. That always confused me about nanochemistry because it's counterintuitive. Like you hear nano, you think really small, but actually chemistry itself is on femto, I think, scale. So nano is actually massive. Welcome back, deep guy.
Femto.
And precedence
Femto is
million.
femtoseconds you're thinking of.
Oh, is femto? Wait, so what's the scale of atoms? Yocta?
Oh, I'm trying to remember.
Oh, yoctograms. That's
What's
molecules.
under nano?
No,
is-
pico. What kind of nerd am I? It's nano, pico, I think, yocto, fem.
I mean, we use angstroms, which is like some abbreviation for.
Oh, that's
for
like 1 of 10
meters.
times 10. That's so
Yeah.
dumb. I don't
Okay,
like that
one
one.
angstrom is 0.1 nanometers.
Okay, yeah, that's so dumb.
Yeah,
Come on.
but we just use them.
Yeah, but
That's just
what's the
how,
point of having prefixes?
because if you have to write out measurements 500 times for some sizes of molecules, you would rather write 7.6 angstroms instead of 7.6 times 10 to the minus 10 meters. Like
What about nanometers? Why
I
not
mean,
just move the
yeah.
dot in the
yeah, I
nanometers?
don't know.
That's
I
why
don't
we
know.
have prefixes, so that we wouldn't have to write the 10 to the power.
Yeah, I actually don't know with that one. You got me there.
You chemists just don't. You don't get how units work, you know.
Yeah, because I would quite happily just write NM, for nanometers, but
Chemists just
maybe
don't
people were
understand why
getting
SI
mixed up with
exists.
nanometers and millimeters when they wrote them out. Like N's and M's can look quite similar.
When
but-
you're doing chemistry, in what scenario could you possibly confuse nanometers with millimeters?
Well, if you're writing NM and MM, oh, you mean just in the context?
In the
like, how would you-
context.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Wow, those two atoms must be far apart.
Let's find out why they use angstroms.
It's probably gonna be the same as the mole. Let's be real. Yeah.
I mean,
it's the
I
same
think the
thing.
mole has an actual convenience.
Yeah, but not with the. But not with the
But
constant
the
being
actual,
some arbitrary
the actual choice
BS.
of the mole was really stupid. Like the constant they
The
picked
fact-
for it was really dumb.
The fact
But I
that
think it has relevance.
it could have just been 10 to the 24th power, and there would be no problem there. 10 to the 24th. There'll be prefix and everything. No, this is gonna be a good one.
Okay, it seems like angstrom was actually more just leftover because they came up with angstrom back when meters weren't defined very
Of course it is. You just
very well, and so they just kept using it.
whoa! You
But they
mean
are
to
using
tell
it
me?
less. That people are using nanometers more.
You mean to tell me that there is something that's considered a standard in chemistry that's only there because of tradition and because people didn't care enough to change it? Well, I guess there must be a first time for everything. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not quite as upset at the moles and whatnot as as I pretend for the sake of the bit, but it is sometimes good to step back and realize how dumb it all is. There are so many things which in our life, both in science and our day-to-day lives, are so weird, and yet we use them as if it's normal.
Yeah.
Oh, recently, a couple of streams ago, this is a conversation about how dumb pronouns are. Because, from the information provided when you're referring to someone as he or she, what you're basically specifying there is their genitals. So imagine if instead of he or she, we just spelled out the information that's supposed to provide. So yeah, this human with a dick, you see.
This just came out of nowhere. This is the weirdest tangent I've ever heard you go on, and you've gone on a lot of tangents.
Oh, this is the weirdest one. No, it can be. I could do better. I refuse to believe this is the weirdest one.
Ooh, what do you think of this one? This one is literally the latest PhD position that's been released. Came out today.
Ooh. Hot new PhD. I do absolutely love it when sometimes people will look up something with me on voice chat, and I just that's sort of my sort of way of testing the water. You know, just going on a tangent and trying to find as wild one as possible, see the reaction.
I'm quite happy for you to go on whatever, but it was just so random. I was like, what is he on about?
Don't worry, next time it's gonna be even. PhD position, engineering carbon enhanced materials for solar desalination. Oh boy, that's curious. Desalination is pretty important. Brown goes claiming change the solar driven of operations. From destination separating. Approach inclusive harmonious blend of fundamental research applied R&D fellowship, both academic and industrial blend God and carbon-based enhanced structures for solar-driven. This feels a bit vague, doesn't it? Am I missing something?
It is a bit weird. It says more about the job section once it actually goes down.
High performance efficient to advanced surface structure engineering and the okay. What about carbon? Why carbon?
Carbon is easy to put into stuff.
Oh, I see.
It's everywhere.
And the entire time I was just reading on. There was okay. I see that. I thought there was like a certain method with carbon to do it, and I thought the entire thing was like, oh yeah, we need more research with this.
Carbon chemistry is just way.
But it's because just carbon is okay.
I mean, yeah, carbon chemistry is just way more fleshed out than any other chemistry. That's why we have a whole section of chemistry called organic.
Yeah. Carbon, everyone's favorite, even though hydrogen is so common. First microstructure. Oh, that's really cool, actually. I do like it. This is really the engineering side of chemistry. It's like with supermolecular, where you just care more about the structure than the other effects. I
do know someone on Discord who is working on these MOFs, the metal organic frameworks. And that's all. They're basically like crystal structures. They're really weird though.
I never
so
got
I'm asking her about how like research in that area actually is, and I'm waiting to see what she says.
I never like these things where the shape of like a barrier or a shape of some sort of surface matters. For some reason, maybe it's just the fact that I haven't learned enough. Could be it.
I mean, shapes are everything in chemistry.
I mean, shape of a surface rather than a molecule. So because that happens a lot with like catalysts, for example, if I remember correctly, or with membranes and
like surface area.
Yeah, and every single time I see that, I'm just when you have this is different, but when you have membranes which allow only certain ions to pass through, I just don't know witchcraft, wizardry and magic. To be fair, I've never done any in-depth research because I never got a chance. I don't know, I could at any time. I like it. This is fun. This is such an advanced way of achieving something so basic. Because what you're basically doing here is... This is basically like boiling water on a... boiling water, but for chemists. Like advanced chemists just boiling water. That's look pretty cool.
I'm gonna see if I have any other saved ones that might be... I mean, if I were to say I want to apply to one of these tomorrow, which one would you say? Like out of all the ones I've sent.
Oh, I wouldn't.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, I know you're not going
I
to,
still have
but
to write a
still.
CV and whatever, but like,
Okay, if you were to do it for the goal, then definitely.
but
Where's
what do you mean
this
for
one?
the goal?
So for not about the friends we made along the way, only about the treasure that's the end of the rainbow.
I mean the
then
whole
this one.
thing. Like bearing in mind, I'll be sending pictures of what I'm doing in Discord, and I'll be telling you about it. You know,
That would
like
be pretty awesome. Wouldn't
which
it?
would you find the coolest
Oh, so for my own selfish gain, I
for
see.
your own selfish gain?
For my
Yeah.
own selfish gain. Oh, I feel like suddenly, okay, which ones can I just, I need to go over all of them again. So lightning and chemical origin, unfortunately, it's a no, unfortunately,
Why?
because, well, it's a maybe. I
Okay.
wanted to say a no because it's not all that about practical stuff, but at the same time, you will probably just have like a machine which shoots lightning, so
I mean,
that's a
it will be
maybe.
using plasma.
Oh, yeah, it's the same difference, whatever, close enough. The chemistry chemical bond. This is dumb and I love it, but I don't think it will be that
That
interesting.
one wasn't even one on my list.
Yeah,
This
I
is
know,
one
but
I found
but
about the
this
mechanochemistry
is
thing.
dumb and I love it, but I don't think it will be all that interesting to witness. Um, base ligands. Oh, that is silly, but that's a maybe. Lithium behavior of that's.
Now, remember, these metal
probably-
organic frameworks, those are crystal structures.
I mean, the metal organic frameworks. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe crystal structure, but the rotexane based ligands kind of are the more interesting part of the sentence for me. It's covering next
It
generation.
just makes you wonder how the hell they do that.
Yeah, like whoa.
How do these two
Also,
relate to each other?
rotexane based ligands. When it comes to the ligand part, when it comes to rotexane, which part of it is the ligand part?
I don't know.
I still
guess
keep thinking of it as
yeah,
multiple molecules
I
instead of
don't
a single
know.
one. And next generation slender metal oxides. I get why you would really like this, but for me that would be more of a maybe because that's so specific.
hmm
To be fair, it's a maybe. Low valent group form of complex synthesis. No, that one's a no. That one was fun. One last no. Optimizing delivery of light into electron powering the resonance samples. Hmm. Okay, I feel like out of these three, this one would be a top one for me. So optimizing the delivery of light into electron magnetic resonance samples. Second would be the rhaphium tritium tokamak.
I thought you
fusion.
weren't a fan of the light into EPR one because it seemed too like industrial for like an industrial purpose.
Yeah, but you mean but that's like as a project. Now you mean as for my own selfish gain. For my own
Okay.
selfish gain, that's a difference.
So in what way, like what makes it the best one to you?
Okay, so the reason why is mostly because of the other ones. Like, this one would be fun to witness. This one would be really fun for the result. But this one is just such a... how should I put this? Recently, I've been going a lot into electromagnetism. And so this, from the perspective of electricity, seems like the most interesting to go with. I'm really having trouble to explain why, so my walking out in this case. How should I put this? It really nicely ties together light and electrons. I feel like that's the best description I can give. So
Yeah, I
this
mean,
one,
what the light is doing is the light is turning samples into radicals,
yeah,
which have an unpaired electron, which can then have EPR done on them.
the thing is, this is a bit too simple. This one is flashy, but at the end of the day, I do believe that the research wouldn't be all that interesting. This, however, I think is both interesting topic-wise and research-wise. That would be top one for my own personal gain.
Okay.
Unless my own personal gain would be the fun bit of it, in which case the lightning wins in my heart, and I think I might create an account, and if I can, just to save this PhD, because I absolutely
Yeah, just
love
bookmark
it.
it. Just bookmark it on your
Yeah,
browser.
I'm never gonna even get a PhD, but I want this saved. This is amazing. I had no idea that this even existed.
Okay, you have to bear in mind, right?
Why?
My interests are quite niche in terms of chemistry, and these are specific ones I've picked out that caught my interest. So these are not the kinds of PhDs most people.
Oh
are
no,
looking at.
I mean with the lightning one, because as you mentioned, when it comes to PhDs, it has to be like a sure thing.
Yeah, no,
And
it's really weird.
the lightning
Yeah.
one doesn't fit. It's so out there. This feels like something like a bored Nobel Prize winner would do. You know, once you already achieved everything you wanted, you're already rich,
It
already
seems like a
famous,
PhD
respected.
where you could actually make a Nobel Prize discovery in the PhD.
Yeah.
Just by chance, just randomly, like, oh, that did a thing.
Yeah,
That's
this
actually
really is like
a massive step in it forward for everything.
like in this case, it really most likely outcomes, or rather, if you get a positive that the lightning played a major role in creation of life, then this one has the surest chance of getting you a Nobel Prize. Because if lightning really took apart, and I shouldn't call it lightning because technically it's not really quite about the lightning itself.
I mean, it is because they want to see if lightning actually had
Yeah, but
an
not
effect
the but
on how
lightning
these.
as the break of potential. So not lightning as just storm lightning.
I mean, yeah.
Actually, wait, this is prebiotic Earth-like environment. Yeah, I still think it's extremely unlikely, because this is specifically simulating lightning strikes under a prebiotic Earth-like environment. And a prebiotic Earth-like environment, I think it's pretty unlikely that's where life comes from. Because, like, the Fermi paradox is that life is too old for the universe, right? There is one theory that life was created back when universe was in the Goldilocks zone. So before it cooled down completely, where basically all of the universe was a hot soup. And then the basic idea is that this was basically the perfect environment for the life to form, but not really for the life to live. Like, oversimplifying, obviously, extremely. But basically, the universe was volatile, I don't know what to call it exactly, enough for to bump up the probability of life coming into reality, but then it cooled off, and so life basically got trapped in different asteroids. In this case, prebiotic Earth-like environment, I don't know if that includes this moment. Still, I love this so much.
Yeah.
Also, we explore pathways in electrical plasma, radical chemistry, as well as role of reactive interfaces, mineral surfaces of volcanic. This is not just lightning. Lightning is just like sprinkled on top. I didn't even read ahead. I got, I was just.
Yeah, I mean the lightning thing
by
is
the
only one
Frankenstein.
part of it. Yeah.
This really is everything.
Because there might be, volcanoes could have caused some certain reactions to happen that down some chain of events.
I just love the
life.
idea of, so when someone was coming up with this project, like, just sending down a pen and paper, creating a list. Okay, lightning, volcanoes. Oh, what else? Solar flares. Yeah, let's add that to the list. Okay, potentially that's a great one. What else? Gravitational waves. Sure, let's add it in. Why not? I just love the idea. But it does not seem like a PhD thing. I love it. So right now we're gonna wait to see what other, I don't know what to call it, papers? Paper
Like projects get posted.
projects. Yeah, so now we're waiting for the projects.
Yeah, so I'm kind
reasonable.
of waiting around. I mean, I will email the supervisors about a couple of these because the way it works is you don't just apply, you have to like email them and find out more. Like they expect you to email them and find out more about the project, and basically talk to them.
I mean, even if they didn't expect you that, I think it would be still a good idea to email
Yeah,
them
I mean,
with-
yeah, but as in like if you don't do that, you basically won't get it because they'll be like, who is this guy? So,
I mean, okay, that makes a lot of sense because, like, imagine if you could just get a project without emailing them first, and from their perspective, it's a guy who basically just clicked yes on the form.
well, no, because you need to write a whole application.
I mean, I know.
You
I'm just
basically
saying
write
if
a
the
page
system was
about
different.
why you want to do that project.
Because it's Frankenstein. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks really cool, doesn't it?
With all the respect, you wrote Frankenstein method in the title. I am in. Send.
Oh wait, I found an article written by the supervisor. Oh no, they interviewed this supervisor about her research, and they've got pictures in there.
Wait, that's the. Yes. Of course, that's amazing. How did I begin with a lightning strike of an idea? I B minus on the pun, but I still appreciate the effort. We should make the condition of planet supposes when ancient electrical
Yeah, scroll down to where the pictures start.
Oh, that's exactly what I was expecting. This is such a mad
That's just
scientist.
insane, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Frankenstein, really, in real life. Just one picture and that's it. Pretty self-explanatory. I mean, what else would you expect?
I didn't even scroll further. I just saw that picture and sent it.
Yeah. Speaking of electrochemical stuff, if you ever get bored, I recommend looking into electrochemical machining. I haven't electrochemical. What is it? Method of removing metal by an electrochemical process. Pump, anode, cathode, electric current. So right here, electrolyte, okay. Metal hydroxide. Wait, metal hydroxide. I do not understand what it's doing. You don't use mass production for working to harm interest. Oh, it's like removing metal. No,
So it's like cutting, but
Yeah.
chemically.
removing metal. I thought it was removing metal from molecules, but it's removing metal. I see. Negative charge cathode cutting tool. That is pretty awesome. Chemical cutting. You know what? If you can make a chemical cage for a bad atom that was misbehaving, then by golly, you can also make a chemical knife. Why not?
True.
I suppose a chemical knife is probably simple as most chemistry. I like chemistry. A lot of people don't like it, but they've just been wronged by their schools, in my opinion. Chemistry's fun.
So yeah, I'm looking out for these PhDs. Don't know which one I'll get, if any. I do have one that I know I will have high odds for, but I don't know what the project is yet. And that's the one with my supervisor who went to the other uni. Because she said she has a project for next year.
I mean, if you walk, I mean, it's probably going to be the same flavor of genre.
It would
of
be the same
chemistry.
flavor. I don't think she'll be doing cancer stuff, but it will still be like metal complexes for some biological
Yeah, I mean, you don't
purpose.
think it should be doing cancer, like obviously, right? You don't want other scientists to think of you as a one-trick pony. Oh, you can
Well,
only trick.
I'm already not a one-trick pony because I've got an inorganic
Oh,
project and a physical
you
project.
can only cure cancer, huh? Yeah. One poser. Do some real science, not just cancer stuff. Get some rust on them plates, my guy.
Okay, I'm actually kind of tired,
It's
and I have
fine. It's
a
absolutely
lecture
fine.
tomorrow.
I don't want to keep you here.
Let me have a quick look at what my lecture's actually on.
I'm just
'Cause it
here.
might be
Actually, my next video is gonna be a chemistry one. It's gonna be pretty fun. I have a banger
So-
idea of an intro. I don't like talking about videos before I make them because not because I think of it as a bad luck, only because I haven't really done anything, so there isn't really much to talk about. I don't really like talking about my stuff this way. It makes me feel really vain. But I have the next chemistry video. When I'm done with the intro, I'm gonna send you the intro, and you will see why I'm so excited about this video. Just say it's gonna be
okay.
fun. Well, yeah. Good night. Good luck, and have a good one.
Yeah. Oh, you'll like this lecture I'm having tomorrow. It's about electron transfer between different ions in a solution.
All different ions. Wait, ions can transfer. Too long. Okay.
Yeah, like they bump into each other. So say you have a iron 2 plus and iron 3 plus. When I say iron, I
Oh, I
mean
see.
the element iron. They bump into each other and they switch the charges.
That is pretty cool. Pretty fun. So,
So yeah.
so they just bump into each other and they like spill their electrons, like carrying a jug of beer and then just.
Something like that. There's some kind of like quantum tunneling thing that goes on, I think.
Oh,
But
I see quantum.
there are ways of modeling it.
Well,
Oh
I
yeah, it says
won't
tunneling on one
keep
of
you
the lecture
waiting
slides.
because
Yeah.
this is another. Because I know that if I engage, there's going to be another rabbit hole, and you're just gonna sit here for another 30
Well,
minutes.
I'm having the lecture tomorrow, so I'll have more to tell you once I've had the lecture.
Yeah, good. Now go to sleep. I'll try to sleep.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
try
I'll
to
get
stream
my
earlier
sleep.
tomorrow to catch you. Bye. Good night.
All right. Good night. Bye bye.
All right, there we go. Now here's the thing. I might actually end the stream soon enough too, simply because. Well, right now, what are we gonna do? Sit here and wait till this renders? I mean, we can. We can do that very much. Almost 4 hours. Oh yeah, almost 4 hours. Here's the thing, everyone. I might need to end the stream, and I can see you are having conversation. I don't want to intrude. So how about this? You can switch to the Discord server, if you don't mind, because I will be real with you. I really want to go and take a shower. I really feel like taking a shower right now, and so I might need to go. Keep waking up, unfortunately. Oh, Atake, is everything okay? Because the sleep paralysis and waking up, that's a sign of stress. No, that's not a good answer. Continuation. Okay. Deep guy, are you on Discord? My Discord. Well, I'm really sorry for cutting it short, but all good things must come to an end. So for now, I'm sorry, but no. Actually, you shouldn't be sorry. I'm the one who's sorry for cutting conversation short. I do need to go. I just have the need. So for now, I suppose that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye.